double eight.
Game
my, what a start to this one.
Daniel Lee.
He's praying. The toss is found, and it is.
Rob Collins.
Like 1,001 team. Oh, you beauty.
Taking out on day one to win his fixture. And what a way to start the day for Sebastian Bialetsky.
Game shot on the third.
His best leg of the week. Oh, how about that?
Game shot on the fifth leg.
What that means to him. Good afternoon and welcome along to your Friday fling here at the Modus Super Series. 2 sessions between now and around about 12 hours time will separate the final 5 players that will make it through to tomorrow evening's action. And last night we saw Boehm make her debut on the Super Series stage, and what a debut it was as well. 4 wins from 4 from the 2-time world champion. She looks like she's on course to book her place through to the finals. 2 more players are looking to do so this afternoon. We're going to be watching all the action in the company of primetime Matthew Edgar. And look, we can only start in one place, and that was last evening, and that was Boehm. 4 wins from 4. There was a big expectation on it in the build-up to coming into this building, and she lived up to the hype.
The very first thing we saw when we went live on air today was that promo saying, could the winner of this series come from this week? It could do. It could be Boehm. She was that good last night. She was solid, she was convincing, and she's now moved into favourite as well. So everyone's taking note of those performances that she had last night. She wasn't in an easy group by all means. She was under pressure. Didn't look like it at any point. She was good.
We know how good she is, and I know how much of a fan of her you are, but did she even exceed your expectations last night at times?
I don't really know what I expect from Bo. I kind of just got to this point now with Bo that I just expect everything, and nothing surprises me no more, because what she's doing in the game and winning a tournament the other day without dropping a single leg, I never thought I'd see the day, but Boehm has done that. So I think I'm never really surprised by her, but that's also probably the ultimate compliment as well, in the fact that nothing really is surprising me about her. She's that good.
Well, we're going to be watching Boehm in action tonight as part of a blockbuster Group B lineup from 10 p.m. this evening. But this afternoon is all about the conclusion of Group C. And at the halfway stage, we have 2 players at the top of the table on 8 points in Thomas Lovely and Marvin van Velzen. They were the 2 runaway players running the first day's proceedings. And the levels that they played at was kind of in excess of everybody else in the group, it's fair to say.
Yeah, there was head and shoulders above the rest of the group, but they've got to stick into these 2 early. That's the only chance of these 2 getting disrupted in these early games. If these guys can get the first couple of wins on the board, there's going to be no catching them. They're going to get too far clear. They're going to get the nose in front. They're just going to get better and better as it goes. Just like Marvin van Velzen has the entire week. I've been really, really impressed with him. I'd like to see him on a Saturday, and especially it's looking like it could be a busy Saturday as well. I think he's the sort of player that could really feed on the energy of an audience.
You've spoken about Marvin, and you've been really pleased with Marvin throughout the course of the week. What in particular has caught your eye?
The scoring. That power scoring is different level. Almost every single visit, he was having a treble, 2 trebles. He's very, very good and close and peppering that treble 20. He's never having too many wayward darts. There's not too much board between his dart and the treble. When he misses close. If he can sharpen up those doubles, we'll talk about him being a regular weekly winner here, not just could he win a title.
Big statement that from Matthew Edgar. This is how the table then looks on the first day's play. Thomas Lovely joins Marvin on 8 points. What did you make of his day? Won his first 4 matches and looked really, really comfortable on the stage.
He's experienced though, isn't he? He's been playing county for a long time. He's been playing on the development tours. He's been playing on the challenge tours. He's played everybody really that is at this sort of level, and he's got wins against players at this level and beyond. So he would have known he was coming in here as a bit of a favourite, a bit of a fancy. He's a confident guy, and you need that little bit of swagger, and Thomas Lovely's got it.
Elsewhere, amongst the chasing pack, Daniel Lee. You know I'm going to ask the question. I mean, that was crazy, wasn't it, yesterday at times? He said he enjoyed it. I know a lot of people enjoy it. It's just the way that he plays the game. It's a little bit different to other people.
A little bit. A little bit. There's so much that was different to it. I mean, double 16 to leave 170, double 15 tops of the 70 finish. I don't understand some of the stuff he does. I mean, some of the things, it's your own way. I mean, if you ask him about the 70, he could quite legitimately sit here and say, well, I hit 2 doubles. It's no different to it in tops. when people want 80, and 2 doubles are bigger targets and a treble and a double. So he could make a legitimate argument for some of the routes that he goes, but some of them are... It's when he starts randomly throwing at the bullseye in the middle part of a leg, and I'm like, what are you doing? Like, it's just burning a dart. But then he goes and wins the leg, so it's hard to argue with him at times, but it's not going to work forever, and he's going to have a ceiling and a limitation on his game, and that's all he's doing. He's capping his potential and his development when you go those sort of routes. Yeah, it's interesting to watch, but you're never really going to go much further with that style.
Method to the madness. Right, let's have a look at the odds and see what the bookies think going into the final day of Group C. Perhaps no surprise, Lovely and Van Velzen heavy favourites to go on and win the group. Is perhaps the outside odds there basically saying, in terms of Lee and Boehm, who they think is the most likely to disrupt the top 2?
Yeah, I think there is no real argument outside the top 2. I think that's fully the conversation we're going to have. Yesterday we had the conversation. You asked me to pick out a player. I went Marvin Van Velzen to win this group. He was 6-1 at the time. That has gone. So if you wanted a bit of Edgar's tips, you had to be on straight away yesterday. That 6-1's been chomped in. And I'm going to stick with Van Velzen. I do think he's a little short on Thomas Lovely. And he did show just a few moments yesterday where people could have stepped in.
18 plus, BigGambleWare.org. You're going to have a flutter on the Super Series today. Well, it is the final day in the race for qualification to tomorrow evening's final here at the Live Lounge in Port. And you can be here every single Saturday night on the South Coast by purchasing a ticket from dartshop.tv. And here is more details on how you can do so.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the Modus Super Series very soon.
Well, there's no better way of starting the day than with your very latest dose of ticketing news from the Live Lounge here in Porter. So we have got 25 games for you on this Friday at the Live Lounge in Porter. If we kickstart with Stuart Kellett up against Ray Mulvey. Kellett, the 42-year-old from Northwich. Cooster, his nickname. Former World Masters finalist, hoping to do the business on this particular stage. As far as Ray Mulvey's concerned, he won his first game of the day yesterday against Daniel Lee. He did so quite convincingly by 4-1. And at that point, we thought maybe his week was going to turn around for the better, but things haven't quite transpired from there. And now it looks like he is just going to enjoy a last stay under the roof here in Portsmouth. So, game 1 of 25, a group which is led by Van Velzen and Lovely. They were the two dominant forces in proceedings. Jack Garwood, your referee for all of the action, all 25 games and the finals tomorrow. And the first darts of the day are going to be thrown by Stuart Kellett. And it's fair to say, some following up job for this group compared to what we saw last night.
95.
Yeah, really good night of action in Group B. But I just want to pick straight away on something I saw there on the graphic there from Stuart Kellett. Now, the players all receive an email with a form to fill in to give us the information and details about themselves. And Stuart Kellett's career best. He could have picked many things. He could have picked
82.
the fact that he's won WDF ranking events. He could have picked the fact that he was once in the top 32 on the PDC Tour. He could have picked the fact he's played in 3 World Championships, the Match Play, the Grand Prix, the UK Open, where he reached the last 16 in 2016, the Grand Slam, European Championships, the Players' Championship Finals. He could have put he was a European Tour runner-up.
11.
He could have put he was the runner-up of the BDO World Masters in 2010, but no. He didn't pick any of those achievements. He picked the fact that he beat Phil Taylor
28.
in a Pro Tour. That just shows the respect that Stuart Kellett has for the 16-time champion of the world, that he puts beating Phil Taylor behind closed doors over the top of things like
95.
the World Masters final.
And because of the long sentence, we had to outstretch our graphic. So thank you, Stuart. If you're Ray Mulvey, you just thinking, do you know what?
100.
One more day, go out there, enjoy it, see what happens.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, why wouldn't you enjoy it? You go up there, you never know when you're going to be back. You might never be back.
94.
Go up there and enjoy every single moment of it. No point in dwelling on it. No point in just living that short term and the short-term sort of form that has been shown this week. We know from
60.
what we've heard and the
Stuart, you
stats we've
require
seen and what people have been
124.
telling us that it is just short-term form. There is a lot more in the tank. But 64 here for Kellett. Oh, double 11. What a way to start the day this would be.
102. Ray, you require
Fine effort
116.
from Stuart Kellett there to try and hold his throw with a ton topper. He did hit one yesterday, the 118 finish. Ray Mulvey opened the day with a couple of big finishes.
98.
Won't follow it
Stuart, you
up
require
on
22.
Friday.
And so double 11 for Kellett. Hoping to kill it this first leg. Double 4.
18.
Doesn't go. And so Mulvey will
Ray,
return
you
the
require 18.
puff of the cheeks as he goes for double 9. A nervous outtake of breath and a nervous dart. But in the end, he
Shot on the
finds a
first
way
leg,
to break
Ray
the throw.
Mulvey.
Mulvey leads 1-0.
I'm not sure it was a nervous start. I think it might be more of a tired dart. We've got to remember Ray
Second
Mulvey
leg, it's Ray to
probably
throw
not
first.
played this many darts before. This
Game
is
on.
day number 5. Playing 5 games a day with 2 hours preparation and everything in between. There's going to be a few signs of fatigue there.
100.
He's going to be getting a rude awakening into what life is really like for a full-time player.
134.
So don't forget, you can keep in touch with us as well via our social media feeds. It's at MSS Darts on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram. And if you are subscribed to the Super Series YouTube channel, you can get in touch with us via our chat room. You can
26.
fire away your questions to myself and Matthew Edgar in the commentary box, as well as letting us know whereabouts in the world you're tuning in to us from. Last night we had around about
99.
3,000 people concurrently watching the programme, and people are watching from pretty much anywhere and everywhere in the world, from the south coast of England to the sunny shores of Australia to Denmark and South Africa in the
60.
middle. Thank you so much for your company and for joining us here in the Modus Super Series.
$95.
What do you think Stuart would have taken out of yesterday?
Positivity. Absolutely, positivity. He said up here, didn't he, at the start of the day, he just wants to compete, and he did. He's still
100.
in with a chance of qualifying through this group. And if he can get the victory over Ray Mulvey here, we know that the Thomas Lovely Van Velzen game is going to come a little bit early in proceedings today.
45.
So someone's got to lose in that fixture. So if he can start off with a couple of wins, he could get himself right into contention here.
In terms of numbers yesterday, Kellett
140.
82.03 overall
Stuart,
daily
you
average,
require
13 from
128.
47 attempts on the doubles, and has this 1-8 chance here to square up at 1 apiece. Treble 20 would have left the bull, not to be on this occasion.
92.
And so Mulvey returns for
Ray, you
75
require
to lead
75.
2-0, but if he doesn't take it, Kellett's sat left on a double to break back. And he is going to get a dart at tops. Only
Shot
needs the
on
one dart
second
at
leg,
tops.
Ray Mulvey.
Much better doubling performance this from Ray Mulvey. 2 from 4 in the outer ring. He leads 2-0. Stuart Kellett with a
leg,
raise of the
it's Stuart to
eyebrows,
throw
wondering what's
first.
hit him here.
Game on. $97. $45.
Stuart Kellett weren't quite sure what to expect. You've mentioned the running average of 82. Well, it was good solid 4 of his games over the 80 mark. Just once dropped below
140.
the 80, and that was in game number 3. A few missed doubles cost him the opportunity there. But we're talking about Stuart Kellett as an opportunity to play himself into contention here.
140.
Ray Mulvey still has that tiny little outside chance, if he can go through the card, that he could play himself
100.
into a top 2. It's unlikely, but you'd rather have unlikely than impossible.
85. Stuart, you require 164.
So a chance for Kellett to get a leg on the board. Wouldn't need to go for the bullseye. We will never find out if he would have gone for it in general.
118.
But we'll be feeling much better about himself now in this leg. Down to 46 after 12.
121. Stuart, you
To
require
pull one back.
46.
So when he had 3 goes at a double.
Game shot on the
Eventually
third
gets
leg.
over the line
Stuart
the 5th
Kellett.
time of asking. Back to 2-1.
Fourth leg. It's ready to throw first. Game on.
Average for this game, Stuart Kellett 86, Ray Mulvey 81, which would suggest that Kellett's using a visit less than Mulvey, but Mulvey's got the breaker throw.
100.
What it does say is, if this continues in this vein, we may get a last leg shootout. This is where the short format, though, really comes into play,
60.
because if this was a longer format, best of 11 or first to 10, for example, you'd say that there's enough opportunity for him to turn it around, but
100.
not in a best of 7. His back's against the wall from the early going. This
80.
is a format that leads itself to plenty of shocks and surprises, which is one of the things people really enjoy about the Super Series.
135.
There's been a lot of people as well have been talking about possible format changes, but it's tried, it's tested, it's proven.
Oh, it's a ruthless format.
39.
The Stuart Kellett is finding out here in this. Doesn't have the time to recover that breaker throw. He's going to need a big leg to get himself back into this, or Mulvey
60.
could be joining him on 4 points.
$100. Ray, you require 106.
He's got 6 from here to make it 3-1, and when you consider Ray's finishing in this game, Kellett may have to reside this leg to the dustbin. Hasn't found the treble 18, just graced the other side of the wire.
70.
Well, he's been in a practice room with Daniel Lee. He's now leaving double 16s for double 18s.
I think he thought that was in the treble 18. It was very close. It looked like, I mean, in that situation, I
100.
kind of sadistically
Ray, you
hoped that
require
he'd celebrate
36.
as well.
For a 3-1 lead. Well, he's
Shot
now
on the
hit 2
fourth
doubles
leg,
in
Ray
succession.
Mulvey.
3-1 he leads. He's 3 from 5, but actually we should make it 4 from 6.
Fifth leg. It's Stuart to throw first.
Well, he started
Game on.
off well yesterday, beating Daniel Lee by 4 legs to 1. Could do the same against the throw against Stuart
85.
Kellett here. And in this meeting yesterday, Kellett won 4-1, averaging 81.93, 4 from 11 on the doubles. That 118 checkout that
82.
Matt alluded to earlier.
$96.
If Mulvey does win this, the table is going to go Van Velzen and Lovely at the top on 8, and then everybody else on 4.
58.
This is the perfect result for the top 2, isn't it? Because Lovely plays Lee and Van Velzen plays Boehm. They could move 6 points clear of the rest of the pack for one of the first round of games. There'd only be 8 points left to play for.
101.
And it kind of and it will then mean no matter what, somebody's going to be through by the end of the second round of fixtures because Lovely faces Van Velzen. And even the loser of that is going to find themselves in a very good suit.
41.
Could all be done very early here on Friday afternoon.
97.
Stuart Kellett looking good here for a holder throw, but for Ray Mulvey, this is just a bit of a freebie. The attention, I'm sure, will be on the next leg when he will have the advantage of throw, and he's really drove home that
95.
advantage when he's had
Stuart,
it so
you require
far in this game.
122.
6 stars to save the match. Go to the bullseye first. And now double 6. Oh, beautifully
Shot on
done
the
by
fifth
Kellett to
leg,
bring it back
Stuart
to
Kellett.
3-2. Full courage in his convictions. He brings it back to 3-2, but Mulvey now has the chance to serve
Sixth
it out.
leg. It's ready to throw
I
first.
feel like the first 3
Game
darts
on.
of this leg are the biggest.
125.
That's a great recovery there after hitting a 5 with the first start. Really drives home the advantage of the throw.
42.
Well, yesterday we saw a real big rise in terms of ton plus checkouts in
40.
comparison to what we saw on the first 3 days, where they were kind of coming around in short and sharp spurts. But yesterday, in this group, 5 of the 6 players had ton plus checkouts.
60.
The only player who didn't actually get one is the player who's top of the table, Marvin van Velzen. Mulvey had the 101 and the 107. Kellett had the 118. Then last night,
60.
Adam Lipscomb with 4 ton plus checkouts. Bo Greaves with 3 herself. Feels like the standard really is coming up to the boil as the week comes up to the boil.
60.
Well, Stuart Kellett trying to break the throw here of Ray Mulvey, but he's not been able to find a treble with the first 9 darts. Mulvey not been able to follow up the 125, but he hasn't had to. He's just, at the moment, coasting and
100.
crawling towards the finishing line. And Kellett, even with a maximum now, cannot leave a finish. So Mulvey in a very strong position here.
100.
I mean, he's got the maximum, but doesn't leave a finish. It doesn't change the fact that Ray Mulvey still gets 6 darts here at the 176. But it's just how much does that 180 affect the psychology
100.
of Ray Mulvey. Big last dart.
Seemingly, the answer to the question was no. But this has been a fantastic couple of visits from Kellett. And this 76 may be forced to go
99.
for the match.
Ray requires
For a
76.
4-2 win. It would mean that on both the opening games of the day in Group C, Ray Mulvey would have opened up with a win. Double 16 for double 12. This doubling thing is becoming very, very infectious, isn't it?
70.
Treble doubling.
Stuart, you require
I mean, he's
60.
fortunate. He caught the board. It was a wayward dart, but Kellett now 2 darts for a level game. Nice open target.
50. Ray, you
Well, he's
require
had his chance,
6.
he's had his opportunity as Stuart Kellett. 2 darts to pull it level and become favourite again. But Ray Mulvey now, 3 darts in hand. He knows the target.
It's double 3. That should be a nice little guide to cushion it over the top.
No
But he
score.
can't use it. And Kellett to take us all the way. Double
Stuart,
5.
you require 10.
It's one of those doubles a lot of people don't like. Same can be said for the 5s. He gets 1 more. It's at double 1.
8. Ray, you require 6.
Double 3.
Game
And this
shot,
time
undermatch,
Mulvey does get
Ray
over the line.
Mulvey.
4-2 win against Stuart Kellett to kickstart the day's proceedings. And for the second day running, the Irishman has started off a day with a win. Now the tale of the tape from our opening encounter of the morning. Coming up next, it's Thomas Lovely up against Daniel Lee. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Ray Mulvey got the better of Stuart Kellett by 4 legs to 2, kicking off his campaign for the day with a win. Next up for us, we're going to watch Daniel Lee and Thomas Lovely in action. This was the game yesterday that got everybody talking, where Daniel Lee went for some extravagant stuff, some extravagant things, and we had a chat with him this morning, and he was absolutely unapologetically himself about all the proceedings. As for Thomas Lovely, he's joined top of the table, age 27 from Gainsborough, former Challenge Tour semi-finalist, up against the 36-year-old from Birmingham, the two-time UK Open qualifier. Dan was certainly the man that was harbouring all the talk and the attention yesterday. And that was on a day where Bo Greaves found herself in action. Well, I'd say the spot has been prepped, but I don't think even Daniel knows sometimes the mad ways in which he's going to go for things.
First leg, it's Thomas to throw first.
Brace yourself, Matthew Edgar. Strap
Game
yourselves in, because this could be absolutely anything.
I'm sure it will be as well. I'm sure it will. He's
45.
had a night to stew on it, and like you say, so unapologetically himself. I kind of like that in a person. But he did start a bit slow yesterday.
59.
He did start off with 3 defeats, but left with back-to-back victories, one of which against Thomas Lovely, the only player to beat him yesterday.
40.
So I'm sure Thomas Lovely will be looking for a little bit of revenge here and trying to sew things up very early in regards to his qualification for Saturday night.
140.
Lovely stats for yesterday. 84.9 average, 17 hits from 51 attempts at the double. And look, he came into this week, as a debutant, with mild expectations of success. His numbers stacked up with anybody and everybody,
99.
really. 88.06 annual average and 39% on the outer ring over the course of a 12-month sample. And
100.
he played to those numbers. He played to a very good mean. There was nothing too high, but at the same time, apart from that first game where maybe a little bit of nerves creeped in, there was nothing too low either.
Yeah, just about par, wasn't it, really? I think his par is enough here.
95.
It certainly was yesterday,
Daniel,
and I'm sure it'll be again today.
107.
And it's Daniel Lee first to a finish. He was going 57 to leave the bullseye, and he was going for double 19 to then leave the bullseye. Expect the bullseye and pretty much anything to be in play with Daniel today.
57.
Oh, look what he's done, Matt.
I don't think he's going to go for it. Not in this leg, not in this. I think he'd got double 19. He'd have gone bull, obviously.
100.
But I'm not sure he'll do it with 3 in
require
hand.
50.
Don't you now?
Game shot
No,
on
he
the
just
first
split it for
leg,
12
Daniel
double
Lee.
19. 1-0 lead with a breaker throw.
Second leg, it's Daniel to throw first. Game on.
Look, it is different, but it's different for a reason, and it's not going to take on for the exact same reason. It's fun to have a little watch at and
100.
have a little giggle, but it's going to be the thing that gives him a ceiling. It's going to be the thing that causes limitations, because the higher you go through the levels,
140.
you literally, a dart could make the difference. The difference between winning and losing is often
96.
a dart or 2 darts, and that's in an entire match.
I'm hoping Daniel Lee does realise that the bullseye challenge was yesterday that he recorded and
140.
not right now. Nonetheless, though, he's 1-0 up against Thomas Lovely. And look, we speak about obviously what Daniel's doing, but as an opponent, when someone like Daniel's doing what he's doing, can it
51.
bamboozle you on the other side of the coin if you allow it to creep in?
I think Thomas Lovely had probably been surprised by what it was yesterday, and I did mention yesterday in the game that it can
140.
be distracting to you, and do you know what? If anything, you might stand there and think, is he being disrespectful? Does he not think I'm going to hit this? Is he taking the mickey out of me? Where today
60.
you'd know what to expect and
Thomas to require
be able
81.
to prepare accordingly.
Well, he's reacting accordingly. Leaving 81 after
49.
9, and now leaves himself on 32 after 12 to get the break back and to level up at 1 apiece. Lee did win this fixture by 4-1 yesterday. You can actually watch that game in its entirety on the Super Series YouTube channel.
44.
Such was the
Thomas, you require
maverick nature
32.
of that particular tie. If this doesn't go, which it
Game shot on the
will,
second
14
leg,
darts,
Thomas
a break
Lovely.
back, I think we know exactly what was going to happen on the 150. But nonetheless, Lovely levels up.
Third leg, it's Thomas to throw first. Game on.
Again, a reminder that
131.
if Lovely and Van Velzen win their opening game, somebody's guaranteed to go through in game 6. Because the top 2 would be 6 points clear of 8 points left to play for.
60.
And then the victor of game 6, because of the margins and the gaps, would mean that they would be unable to be caught at the top of the table.
93. $100.
We did mention in the last game the possibility of
133.
this group being sewn up quite early. Well, Thomas Lovely taking on Daniel Lee, Van Velzen taking on Doug Boehm. There could be a 6-point gap up here between the top 2 and the rest of the table. Every single player currently on 4 points. Which Lovely and Van
60.
Velzen would then play each other in lap number 2. Are we saying the winner of that is pretty much a qualifier?
Yeah, I'd say so. It has a very much an old school feel to a Group C, where maybe in the first few couple of cycles here of the Super Series, where maybe
85.
didn't quite have the in-depth
Thomas, you require
strength that we do
84.
now, where you'd see a couple of players that dropped out of Group C, or the quality really come to the board, and you'd have a real big split in the group.
72.
Lovely's not going to find the
Daniel, you
84.
require 155.
Lee, the 155. Doesn't go. And so Lovely back for double 6 to open up a 2-1 advantage and to render the opening leg break from Daniel Lee
95.
irrelevant.
Thomas, you require 12.
Double 3
6.
doesn't go. And so Daniel
Daniel,
Lee
you
back
require
for 2-1
60.
lead at the break of throat. Tops, this time conventional. But not
40.
taken. Should have gone 10 bull.
Thomas, you require 6.
From the top
Game
to the
shot on the third
bottom, and
leg,
Lovely
Thomas Lovely.
takes the lead for the first time at 2-1.
Fourth leg, it's Daniel to throw first. Game on.
Was that a bit of a thumbs up there as well from Lovely? Was he giving us a bit of a
140.
an Andrew Gilding, the former UK Open champion? I like things that are very relatable to
57.
a certain player. You've got the Andrew Gilding thumbs up, the Johnny Clayton point, the Brendan Dolan helicopter finger. You think of any more? The Bob Anderson point at the board after the 180.
100.
The Edgar Bow.
Yeah, but you've got to see that. Mind you, we did have the Matthew Edgar win a leg of the World
140.
Championships and run around like he won the World Championships against Darius.
Got to do it, haven't you?
And of course, who can forget here at the Super Series, the Simon Adams hands of appreciation.
Yes, like it. Like it.
117.
It's Simon Adams' world and we all live in it. I hope we have him back here soon.
Yeah, if you could think of any more,
125. Daniel, you
please
require
do pop them in the chat
144.
on YouTube. Symbols or gestures that are synonymous to a player.
100.
Does a shuffle.
93. Daniel, you require 44.
For Desmond, double 12.
32.
Doesn't go, and so Lovely now has
Thomas
the
should
break
require
chance. If he can pin the 86, he'll then throw for the match. Great recovery of the second dart for double 14.
Game shot on a 4
And following
flag.
the first dart
Lovely.
straight into the single 1. That was superb from Lovely. Lovely from Thomas. He leads 3-1.
Fifth
Yeah, that was
flag. It's
fantastic,
Thomas to
that.
throw first.
And
Game
that's
on.
a body shot as well to Daniel Lee, who, when you see the first dart go in the 1, you think, hello, I'm coming back. And he didn't. Really good darts there from Lovely.
100.
Really showing why he is the bookie's favourite to win this group.
$99. $85.
On the subject of next week, Darius Lewandowski
100.
mentioned there will be an action, as well as a rematch of that infamous World Championship clash between Ted Everts and Fallon Sherrick. Andy Hamilton, former world finalist, going to be in the
60.
mix. Perennial seniors, TV finals, and now the champion of champion. Richie Howson's going to be in action in Group B as well. Actually, it could be a rematch of the champion of champions
95.
final between Howson and Hamilton next week.
He said he'd win one, didn't he? And he did.
100.
That's one thing ticked off. The next thing to tick off is a week here at the Super Series.
Lovely, could be on the cusp of ticking off
59.
this game.
Thomas requires
76 to
76.
seal it and to put him on to 10 points. Double 8.
Game shot and
Advantage
match.
Lovely at the
Thomas
top of the
Lovely.
group. A 4-1 win against Daniel Lee puts daylight between himself and third position. 6 points temporarily. Well, he's the winner by 4 legs to 1. 89.22 the average, 4 from 11 on the doubles. After the break, Marvin van Velzen can join him on to 10 and open up a 6-point gap and table separation and a half if he can get the better of Doug Bain. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Thomas Lovely got the better of Daniel Lee by 4 legs to 1 in our second match of the afternoon session. Marvin van Velzen and Doug Boehm round off the opening round of fixtures for the day, and a win for the Dutchman will mean there'll be a 6-point gap between the top 2 and those thereafter in terms of the league table. Boehm from the United States played at the US Darts Masters at the Madison Square Garden in New York couple of years ago, up against Van Velzen, his second appearance here. And Van Velzen is that keen to get on with it. He thought it was game on right away. But we need to find out a bit more about you, Marvin. You're 23 from Poldijk in the Netherlands. An ADC European qualifier, throws a 24-gram Loxley dart. The Terminator back for another stint here. As for Doug Boehm, the 42-year-old from Buffalo, he's a John Park dart, and his nickname is No Name.
First leg, it's Marvin to throw first.
And
Game
that is
on.
actually his nickname. It's not that he doesn't have one. His actual nickname is No Name. Interesting story behind that when he beat Larry Butler to get himself a qualification place into the Masters, went back to the table, and there was conversation going on between Larry Butler and Leonard Gates. And Leonard says to Larry Butler, he goes, "How did you get on?" He says, I lost to
57.
some guy, I don't know his name. And he asked him to point it out. He goes, "Oh, that's Doug Boehm." So he became
95.
Doug Boehm, the man with no name. I do feel if Paul Nicholson was here this week, he might like the name Doug Boehm, because it kind of reminds me a little bit of
95.
McBain, which is a character in The Simpsons.
Well, he's here tomorrow night. Doug Boehm will be hoping to be here tomorrow night.
140.
I've enjoyed Marvin van Velzen. I've been really impressed with him this week. I think there's a player here.
97.
And I think if he's here tomorrow night, which
Marvin, you
if he
require
wins this game, he's going to be very,
143.
very likely to be here. I think he'll really come alive on a Saturday night.
The improvements from
92.
appearance 1 to appearance 2 have been night and day. And this is where the fact that he's been given a year between appearances to go and show his worth. He's won his right here as a qualifier.
45. Marvin, you
Fruits of
require
his labour he's
51.
put in since his last appearance at the Live Lounge has come to bear fruit. Tots of 14 data. Double 10. Just a bit eager there, but then step back. A real sign of maturity, that.
31.
Couldn't find the double.
Got a bit of time on his hands. Bit of time on his side, as we expect with Van Velzen and the majority of players here this week, because his scoring power
60.
is that much significantly
Marvin, you require
better.
20. Game shot on the first leg. Marvin van
Bound to take the lead. 1-0 Van Velzen.
Second leg. It's Doug to throw first. Game on. $57. $54.
The Boehm started the week off very strong, didn't he, on Monday? Looked a real prospect, but not been able to follow that in. And that might come down
97.
to the fact of how little he really actually gets out there and plays. He gets to attend about 6 to 7 tournaments a year. Tends to practice on his own rather than with a person, so doesn't get the pacing as such right.
97.
And when he comes here, this is, well, by far the most darts he'd have played in a week-long sort of tournament or period or practicing, whatever it's going to be.
100.
He certainly would never have thrown this many darts with this much intensity over this period of time.
$100. 100.
Is he another one like Sebastian
92.
Bielewski? You're a big fan of the
Dog
Twitter
require
account of?
147.
Well, he hasn't tweeted since November, and his last tweet was a retweet of Weekly Darts Cast. I'm sure Jamie Robinson's now watching with severe interest.
$97. Marvin, you require 158.
Did play in the cross-border challenge. Earlier on in the month.
120. Dog, you require 50.
Great effort that from Van Velzen. Nearly taking out his best finish of the week.
Game shot on a second leg. Doug Boehm.
That was the strength for Doug at the start of the week to finish in, but he's shaking his head. He's just not comfortable, is he, Doug Boehm? He just can't
Third
get
leg.
settled.
It's Marvin to throw first. Game on.
Sometimes you can have a positive result, but you don't get the positive feel for it because it's not done in the way or the feel or the throw. Nothing just feels right.
95.
It didn't really quite work out for Doug at the cross-border challenge. He lost out 5-1 to David Cameron. He took out the first leg in 16, but was then
60.
blown away by Excalibur. A player who has gone deep in a week so far in this particular series at the Live Lounge. He
59.
was runner-up to Bradley Roos in week 3 of this series. We'll see the Dutchman into a Champions Week for the first time. The list of players for Champions Week so far: Reece Robinson,
100.
Conor Heenahan, Bradley Roos, Neil Duff, Andreas Harrison, Jimmy Van Schie, Bradley Brooks and Kieran Tian.
There's a name in there at the moment that
100.
really stands out for me. I think we've got a favourite. It might change over the next 4 weeks, but for me, at the moment, the man to beat, the man to chase, the man who I'm expecting to see installed as the odds compiler's favourite is Dirty Harry, Andreas Harrison.
I think it's so hard to disagree. However, I do think the winner of next week will stand a very good
85.
chance when you look at that
Doug, you
particular
require
lineup.
161.
161 for Doug. Doesn't go, but he had 6 to take the finish out. Van Velzen not making much in terms of this leg on throw, but
137.
Boehm leaving double 12 after 12 to threaten the break.
$100. Doug, you require 24.
2 trials.
Game shot on a third
2-1.
leg. Doug Boehm.
And the breaker throwing 14 darts.
Well, just having a look at the runners-up from the series so far.
Fourth
That
leg.
could be
It's
a
Doug to
Champions
throw
Week.
First. Game on.
Well, half of that runners up, probably 2/3 of the runners up have played in the Champions Week somewhere along the line. Jamie Kelling, Andy Bolton, David Cameron, the defending champion Scott Taylor,
41.
Mike Warburton, last time's runner up Tom Sykes, Colin Osborne, and Gilbert van der Meyen. Although I'll be honest, I'm not sure runners up week has the same kind of tag as Champions Week.
139.
Well, let's have a look at the styles and the action of both players. For Doug, it's just fairly solid. Every single throw pretty much the same. It's an aim up, a
43.
pull back and a fire. For Van Velzen, he's worked so hard on his action over the last year or so. What do you make of it, Matt?
It's just that little bit of shoulder that just concerns me a little bit with Van Velzen. And
93.
it looks like he's taking it out and he's doing measures. So, but this Doug Boehm throw, watch the elbow. There's no real sort of pop there with the elbow. It's almost still a
100.
V shape when it's coming through, which ultimately means he's putting more stress on the wrist and the liability as well to engage the shoulder, which will be sometimes why we see darts dip.
99.
So it's around the elbow. I think there needs to be a little bit of work there for Doug Boehm. I mean, that's a poor example there where it came through quite nice.
135. Marvin, you require 170.
So it's an inconsistent issue for Doug Boehm, something that's clearly not there on a regular basis. But inconsistent
60.
issues lead to inconsistent performances, which, well, it's kind of been the evidence of the week so far for Doug Boehm.
60. Marvin, you require 110.
This is to square the match up at 2 apiece. Huge passage in play incoming here, not just in terms of this match, but potentially in terms of the direction of this group. Bedard at top to Van Velzen for
Game shot on the
110
full
out to
flag.
return the
Marvin
game
Van
to throw, to return it to 2-2. That could be pivotal, not just in this game, but in terms
Fifth
of
flag. It's
keeping
Marvin to throw
himself
first.
in a promising
Game on.
position to progress.
And that's why I think he'll really benefit from playing in front of a live audience, where you get that instant feedback, because, again, there, that raw, that show of emotion, that excitement,
95.
in the adrenaline pumping through the veins of Marvin Van Velzen. You just enjoy a bit of a raw, very much like Gerwin Price. You imagine Gerwin Price playing in a
97.
quiet environment, not really reacting to the darts. You don't think you're going to get the same player. I feel like Marvin could be the same. We could really blossom on a
100
stage in front of an audience.
Well, we saw how the crowd reacted to Jimmy Van Schie, didn't we, a few weeks ago? He reacted to them.
100.
Beat Tom Sykes in the final in week 6 and was superb throughout the course of the night. Saved his best darts actually in front of a crowd, and
44.
who knows, that could be the same case for Marvin if he can make his way through.
Yeah, his performance was massive, wasn't it?
Something along them lines.
95.
He was massive.
I'm
I
sure
could
he's still
tell you.
lovely.
Needed a stepladder to get anywhere near him.
I mean, I don't know why you'd want to get near him, but what you planning on doing with him?
105.
Like, that you need to climb a ladder for?
Van Velzen 77 for 3-2 lead.
60. Marvin, you require 77.
Tops. Would have been for
57.
back-to-back 15s of Van
Doug, you
Velzen.
require
Boehm
149.
149 to break the throw, to put himself 3-2 to the good, and would then have the darts to win the match. And he would have hit Van Velzen back with a ton topper of his own after the Dutchman took out the 110 in the previous leg.
89.
But it's
Marvin, you
double 10
require 20.
to move Marvin on the brink of victory.
These are big moments, these, and a
Game shot on
big
fifth
hit there
flag,
for Van
Marvin
Velzen.
Van
If he goes up
Velzen.
and misses that, loses the leg, Doug Bain's thrown for the match. That's just this cutthroat nature
Sixth
of the
flag,
short
it's
format.
Doug to
And Van
throw first.
Velzen
Game on.
coming through when you needed it the most there. Really big hit. I know it's only a double 10, but in the context, big shot.
60.
That's it. Sometimes it's not the numbers, is it? It's not the size of the shot. It's the moment of the shot, the context, the story that's around it.
$100.
I mean, average-wise, there's a gap between them of around about 10 points.
45.
I mean, that's more than 10 points now.
$135.
And for all of the advantage he may have in the numerics, it's that 110 checkout, which is why he's in front. If it wasn't for that,
41.
it's conceivable he could have been off the stage having lost this match.
Well, Van Velzen wants to get off the stage very soon. He wants to get the job done. He's motoring towards the finishing line, looking to keep hold of that top position. Move himself onto 10 points, 6 points away from the rest of the pack. And then look forward to his next fixture where it's the two people on 10 points
100.
going head to head.
Marvin, you require 132.
The champagne finish doesn't have to go the bull route. And because Boehm wasn't on a finish, he has laid it up
92.
beautifully to set himself up on tops after 12 to complete the match. So, Van Velzen to seal a
49.
4-2 win. Looking
Marvin,
at
you require
tops,
40.
put him on 10 points alongside Thomas Lovely. Surely now.
No score.
I mean, they were great darts. I reckon I couldn't have got my sheet of paper in between the darts and that wire. But he will be back. He's completely outscored his opponent here. We'll get another opportunity to get the job done
60.
and
Marvin, you
guarantee those
require
10 points
40.
in the bag.
Double top. And there is a
Shot and the
chasm
match.
at the
Marvin
top
van
of the
Velzen.
Group C table. Marvin van Velzen moves himself onto 10 points. The top two now, 6 in front of the rest. A salute to you, Marvin van Velzen, after a superb opening performance. A 92.74 average, 4 from 13 on the doubles. He gets the better of Doug Boehm in the final game of the first round of fixtures. Coming up after the break is Daniel Lee up against Stuart Kellett. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the first round of fixtures have been completed. Marvin van Velzen beat Doug Boehm by 4 legs to 2, meaning there's a 6-point gap between the top 2 and 3rd place. But for Daniel Lee and Stuart Kellett, they can reduce that to 4 with victory in this particular encounter. Myself, Henry Deacon, watching all the action in the commentary box alongside the 3-time World Championship participant, the twice WDF ranking title winner, Matthew Edgar. Who do you have as favourite for this one?
It's Daniel to throw first. Game on.
Good question.
Well, that's why I asked it.
Well, you don't normally ask good questions, so that's why I'm surprised.
140.
I mean, the odds compilers have gone massive here in favour of Daniel Lee. Currently 2-5 on the in-play. I mean,
28.
CV-wise, you'd definitely go Stuart Kellett. Recent form, 50-50.
58.
Advantage of throw, Daniel Lee. So, I think who I'd make favourite is maybe just Daniel Lee, but
85.
not 2-5. I think where the value may lay in this game is potentially on the 180s. So far,
97.
Daniel Lee's only hit 1 maximum across his 6 fixtures, where Stuart Kellett has hit 2 across his 6 fixtures. So maybe the over-under market on the 180s could be the way to
100.
play.
$100. $100. Daniel, you require 106.
106 for the opening leg. 6 from here for Daniel Lee. 86 left. The convention would be treble 18 for double 16, but Daniel Lee doesn't play around the roots of convention.
70.
And so has left himself on double 18 upon his return.
$100. Daniel, you require 36. Game shot on the first leg, Daniel Lee.
16 data to kickstart for Daniel Lee, the man from the Midlands who draws first blood.
Second leg, it's Stuart to throw first. Game on. $60. $59.
I mean, realistically speaking, now we're pretty much know the 2 players, don't we? That's going to be going through. I mean, it's not done all bar the shouting, but Daniel Lee
60.
strikes me as one of those sort of people that will just not give anything in. If he still thinks there's a chance to get through, which, you know, realistically speaking,
140.
he wins 4 games, move him on to 6 victories. It does break that rule of 3. But it is just purely
45.
a guide. We have seen people go through with 12 before. The issue is we've got 2 players already on 10.
Someone's going to have to collapse
59.
and somebody's going to have to be perfect for anyone really to dislodge the top 2 as it is now. But there's also a feeling that, of course, that they're still going to, until it's mathematically impossible to
177.
give it the best go they can. But can it feel easy to go through the motions quite early as he
38.
has a bounce out there?
You look up, and the worst part about climbing the mountains when you stood at the bottom of it and the whole task's ahead of you. When you get towards the very top of it and there's only a little bit more to go,
99.
it feels very rewarding. But when you're at the bottom looking up and you see all the work that's ahead of you, sometimes you want to run and hide.
180.
We say it's only his second of the week.
Game shot on the
Irrelevant
second
though.
leg,
Kellett
Stuart
levels up at
Kellett.
1-1.
Yeah, that was a 180 that traditionally a lot of people wouldn't have gone
Third
for. They'd
leg,
have
it's
switched
Daniel
down
to throw first.
to
Game
things
on.
like the 19s to try and leave a finish rather than to leave the 25. But I get the play there from Daniel Lee. Some of his plays
100.
become a bit questionable at times, but not that one, because what he did there was he got the noise up, got our referee Jack Garwood calling out the big score, he got the lights flashing.
58.
Just that little bit of noise, that little bit of sensory that will just potentially put off your opponent, but it didn't. He just focused Stuart
95.
Kellett and he took it out pretty simply.
$100.
But Kellett's experience should mean that he's a bit too long in the tooth for that sort of thing to affect him, shouldn't he? Or is that just easier said than done?
134. 58.
Reminder, this is the group conclusion today, so the top two at the end of play will be going through to join Scott Mitchell. And then we have 3 places left available that they will be dished out tonight, when Bo Greaves returns to the Super Series from 10 p.m.
140. Daniel, you require
She completed
100.
the card yesterday. For one of these two to make it through, they may have to do something similar. Double 10.
90.
Doesn't go, but he's threatened that time a fair few times that way, hasn't he?
105. Daniel, you require 10.
Double 5.
Game shot on the
2-1.
third leg. Daniel Lee.
Daniel Lee halfway towards the finishing post.
4th flag. It's Stewart to throw first. Game on. $100. 93.
Ideal lie there for Stuart Kellett. He's been playing off the dart like that for
140.
many a years.
$140.
Did state that he doesn't really have ambitions within this game anymore to do what he did before, playing on those big stages. Feels that's something
60.
that he's got and he's had and he's enjoyed. Now just enjoys a game of darts. Doesn't really have any sort of routines or
140.
plans. But there's another sign there from Daniel Lee of something that will catch him out. Again, he's got away with it on this occasion, staying on the 20s. But had he just hit the single 20, he'd have left a no finish. Stuart
Daniel,
Kellett
you
on
require
201. As you go
128.
through the levels, if that's against a player who's of current Pro Tour sort of standard, they'll go in there hit 105 and you're in trouble all of a sudden. That'll be the thing that's holding him back.
88. Stewart, you require 156.
So 156 for Kellett. Doesn't go. And so Lee does leave himself tops after 12 for the breaker throw and a 3-1 lead. Averaging
41.
98 and a
Daniel,
half.
you
Has been a really
require
good performance
40.
up to press from him.
Game shot
And
on
it's
the
a
4th
13
flag.
darter
Daniel
to put him
Lee.
within one of the match, and he will throw for the honour.
5th flag. It's Daniel to throw first. Game on. $180.
Second of the game. Both go the way of Daniel Lee. He's only hit one in his first 6, so he's hit
97.
more 180s in this game than he has across his week so far. A sign that maybe he sees that he can play himself
140.
into this. Maybe feels he could be the man to try and ruffle the top 2.
Well, those are the averages. 104.5 for Lee.
60.
By far and by way the best we've seen, not just from him, but by far and by way the best we've seen in this group. We did see last night Adam Litskin average 105.47 in a 4-0 win against Sebastian
140.
Białecki. But this could surpass that if he can find an 11 darter to seal the game. 160 average moves up to now.
97.
Just looks so likely.
Daniel, you require 41.
Double 12.
29.
Doesn't go. $100. Daniel, you require Put the curtain
12.
down on what's been a very good performance above the ton mark for Daniel Lee. And it is victory.
Daniel
And he
Lee.
does so. An average in the end of 99.2, but it was a very, very good performance. A 4-1 success against Stuart Kellett. He outstretches the shoulders, knowing that it is job well done for him. He gets the better of Stuart Kellett by 4 legs to 1. Coming up after the break, Ray Mulvey and Doug Boehm. Welcome back to the live lounging ports of the spectacular destination for the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Daniel Lee with a superb performance, average 99.2 en route to a 4-1 win against Stuart Kellett. Keeps his hopes of qualification through to tomorrow night's final just about alive. Same could be said for Doug Boehm and Ray Mulvey. The winner will also move on to 6. The issue they got is the big gap in terms of the legs difference from Lovely and Van Velzen and occupy the top 2 spots, and they will go toe-to-toe in our 6th game of the morning session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Mulvey won his first game. As for Boehm, he lost out 4-2.
First leg, it's Ray to throw
Is
first.
it again another
Game on.
coin flip of a contest?
Yeah, I think it's a tough one to call this. Ray Mulvey did pick up a victory
140.
against Stuart Kellett at the start of the day, and I mean, realistically, doesn't have much hope of qualification, but
55.
there's still a mathematical possibility. So while ever that's there, you're going to give it your best, and Ray
57.
Mulvey has shown some really interesting signs. Some of those signs that we're being told about. And I'm sure would love another opportunity here at the Super Series.
90.
We'll go back to Ireland and no doubt would have learnt a lot from this experience.
60.
Doug Boehm, though, has come a long way for this.
140.
Joining us from Buffalo, New York. about a 7-hour flight to get here to the
94.
UK.
Would you like to know some
100.
facts about Buffalo,
Ray,
New
you
York?
require 150.
I get a feeling, regardless of my answer, we're going to get them anyway.
Yes, you're correct. We'll talk about that in the next leg.
60. Dog, you require 116.
Triple 20 for double 18.
$41. Ray, you require 90.
May just be a solitary dart of the bullseye. Or it could be 2 at double 15.
60. Dog, you require 75.
Did look very inviting, that. The angle of entry of Ray Mulvey's darts. But Doug Boehm gets a dart at tops to break the throw at the first
35.
possible
Ray, you require
possibility.
30.
Didn't go. Many opportunities for both.
Game shot on the first leg, Ray Mulvey.
Mulvey holds in the end. So, what you got for us, Henry?
Second
Oh, there
leg,
is
it's
so
Doug to
much
throw
I can
first.
give you, Matt.
Game on.
Do they have those hot dog stands?
It's in America, of course it does.
Oh, I love those.
So,
100.
Buffalo City in the US state of New York and the seat of Erie County. It's at the eastern end of Lake Erie, at the head of the
100.
Niagara River on the United States border with Canada. It's the 78th largest city in the United States, has an estimated population of 1.2 million in 2020.
58.
In terms of its culture, has the oldest urban park system in the United States. And in terms of sports teams, well, it's known for
85.
its winter weather. So the Buffalo Wings and 3 major sports league teams, the National Football Team's Buffalo Bills. Now, they are a team that have been threatening a Super Bowl over the last few years. The NHL team, Buffalo
140.
Sabres, and the National Lacrosse League's Buffalo Bandits. The Sabres, though, very, very good ice hockey team.
45.
How do you know all this stuff, Henry?
It's amazing the extensive amounts of research you can do before you meet a player in the Modus Super Series. However, the one thing that is
134.
missing from the resume of the said Buffalo Sabres is a Stanley Cup. Won the President's Trophy in 2006-07,
98.
but other than that, nothing
Dog, you
really
require 69.
of noteworthiness.
Well, this could be a leg of noteworthiness. Potential 14 dart from Doug Boehm. A little bit awkward there for him, the way his darts lie. Does have a flatter angle of entry.
Game shot on the
what a
second leg,
dart.
Doug Boehm.
Just rests it on top. He would have half the size of the double. No
Third leg, it's
issues.
Ray to throw first.
Level game.
Game on.
Winner of this will go on to 6 points alongside
60.
Daniel Lee, but still would be 4 points away from a qualification place. But it'll stay that way because the players in position 1 and 2 on 10 points are coming up next, head to head.
59.
Yeah, lovely Vivan Velzen, a match not to be missed. Just finally, do you know who the Buffalo Bills' quarterback is?
60.
Steve.
Steve.
Steve Mills.
180.
Am I close?
No, its star quarterback is Josh Allen.
That was my next guess.
Paul Nicholson
60.
is currently unhappy with you.
Wouldn't be unhappy with Doug Boehm though, would he? Look at this. It's kicking into action.
85.
That 180 for Doug is 4th of his campaign here in Group C. He was here earlier on in the
95.
week as well in Group A. 3 days of action, that one, where he hit 14 180s. High out this week of 123. So he's had some
96.
highlights. He's going to have plenty to go back and be able to go back and chop up and make a nice Doug Boehm highlight package.
139.
A bit like the ones that we publish on the
Doggy
Modus
require
Super Series
81.
YouTube channel at the end of every single session. This could be on the highlights reel. If he could pin the double 13. Put it on the
It's
highlight reel.
third leg, Doug Boehm.
2-1 Boehm with a break.
Doug Boehm inflicting the pain.
Fourth leg, it's Doug to throw first.
Thinking, why
Game on.
now?
It's not over yet, Doug. There's still an outside hope. Well, we're talking about the next couple of
60.
fixtures, and they are going to be very crucial to the destination of this Group C. The next game, Thomas Lovely against Van Velzen, the two players top of the table on 10 points.
100.
However, the game following that is Doug Boehm versus Daniel Lee, which is potentially the two players that could be on 6 points, should Doug Boehm get the job done here against Ray Mulvey.
So what you're saying is there could effectively be two playoffs ensuing here.
68.
One to get through the group and one to potentially keep themselves in the mix thereafter.
What I'm saying is we're now going to get to the point where we're starting to eliminate players.
60.
We won't be able to guarantee the two that go through, but we'll be able to guarantee some players that won't be able to go through. It's going to get to that point where we start giving certain players the marker pen treatment.
Yes, Friday the day where we eliminate, decimate the field, exterminate the field and
100.
send 5 through.
Well, Marvin Van Velzen is the Terminator. He could literally terminate the lot today. And he'll be back in our next game.
140.
That's how you do jokes.
$85. $85.
Mulvey leaving himself on 116 after 12. To tie this game up at 2 apiece.
46. Ray, you require 116.
That's a horrible first dart. Doesn't go. So Boehm back for the 142
60.
to move
Doug, you
3-1
require
to the good.
142.
You may have to take it out, otherwise his throw could be broken back straight away. Oh, he's going to come back for the 56 to tie this match up at 2 apiece.
42. Ray, you require 56. $24. Doug, you require 100.
Well, he's not been shy on the Tumblers finish so far, Doug Boehm. He's hit 6. Could be 7.
Double 10.
80.
Doesn't
Ray, you
go.
require
And so
32.
Mulvey returns to the 32 to square up at 2-2.
Get
In it
shot on the
goes.
fourth
We have a level
flag.
game
Ray
on our
Mulvey.
hands. And Doug Boehm knows the significance of that break back. And how that could potentially
Fifth flag.
end
It's
his
Ray to
hopes
throw
of
first. Game on.
heading through to Saturday night's final. Those slender chances could be an almost impossible one.
99.
David Coulson joining us in the chat room this afternoon. He played very well when he was here at the live night. I hope we get to see more of Derek in Series 8. There's actually a few players that
140.
I think deserve another crack at this competition in the next couple of months here at the Live Lounge.
140.
The issue is now there's so many players that can fill in places that The spaces become few and far between for players, and there's players who can feel a genuine justification for their spot, but because of the vast talent on offer, unable to
57.
obtain the ticket.
$137.
He's himself an 84 after 9 for the break back after the break.
139. Doug, you require 84.
Double 12. Double 6.
Game shot on the
3-2
fifth
Boehm,
flag,
and you
Doug
really
Boehm.
liked that dart, didn't you, Matt?
Just a touch of class there from Doug Boehm. Needed it.
Sixth
Shown
flag.
it.
It's Doug to throw first.
Now
Game on.
looking to throw it in the treble 20. You feel these visits when you're in this situation, throwing for the match. Just need one treble.
96.
Finds it again. Last start. It settles you down, keeps you in control, and forces your opponent into 2 trebles.
66.
How are you for trends, Matt?
Oh, quite trendy, actually, I think, you know.
Well, there seems to be a scoreline pattern emerging today. 4-2, 4-1, 4-2, 4-1.
118.
And if Boehm wins this leg, we could continue that trend with another 4-2 win. Which means the winner of the next game is going to be by 4 legs to 1.
41.
Well, he's looking good for it now. He's got an advantage of over 100 points on the scoreboard, plus he's got the advantage of throw as well. It's that situation again, just one treble. It makes him uncatchable.
97.
Just trebling Mulvey into submission here.
60.
And he's got all the time he wants. He's got his opponent exactly where he wants him, Doug Boehm. It's all about just seeing the job through now. Well, he's hit a max here to leave himself on double 5.
And we thought Daniel Lee would leave the
140.
stranger routes.
Doug, you
He's got
require
time on his
10.
hands.
Game shot and the match.
And it's a 13
Doug
dart
Boehm.
to the finish for Doug Boehm, who rounds off a 4-2 win against Ray Mulvey. A 94.02 average. A really, really good performance. And a bow to the audience as well. Well, that was almost a Ronaldo-esque SU from Doug Boehm. Well, that was quite the extravagant celebration. I just hope he hasn't broken any bones doing so. 94.02 the average, 4 from 9 on the doubles. He's beaten Ray Mulvey by 4 legs to 2. It's the top 2 that go toe-to-toe next as Thomas Lovely takes on Marvin van Velzen. Here we go then. Strap yourselves in, relax, and watch the top two in action here. The live lounge reporter Thomas Lovely and Marvin van Velzen going toe-to-toe in our 6th game of the morning session. This is how the table looks going into it. Van Velzen and Lovely with 10 points respectively. The winner will move on to 12. There'll be 6 points clear with just 6 points left to play for in the group. But even the player who loses this game is going to put themselves in a commanding position, although Boehm and Lee will go toe-to-toe next, and they will pile pressure upon the loser of this particular tungsten duel. So it is the top two. It's Van Velzen and Lovely going toe-to-toe. A massive clash at the top of this Group C table. It could be the game that separates somebody from progression through to tomorrow night's final. The winner will virtually put themselves there. As far as the odds compilers are concerned, they do have Thomas Lovely in as the 4-9 favourite. Van Velzen quoted at 13-8 to pick the points up in this one. Do you agree with the assessment of the odds compilers, Matt?
I think you know my answer before I say it. I don't.
First leg, it's
I
Thomas
think
to
there's
throw
great
first.
value there in 13-8.
Game on.
Now, Thomas Lovely may go on to win this game. He's got the advantage of throw, which will be a big help, and he did win this fixture yesterday. But Van Velzen is too good to be 13-8. I do think, though, at the end of the day, these are the two players that will get through this group and book their ticket to Saturday night, just like
137.
Gemma has, who's coming over from Ireland tomorrow to join us here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. But she's not staying over, and she's got a bit of a question here, which I think is probably best suited
100.
for you, actually, Henry. How'd she get back to Gatwick? Would it be the train?
Not straight after the final thing.
80.
I think good luck might be.
I think good luck probably is the best way. I mean, taxi's going to have to be probably going to have to Uber it. Other
140.
online taxi services are available. I mean, well, you're going to have to go up the M23, so I'm imagining you probably come up A3, 25.
120.
Let's have a quick. Let's have a look. I'm gonna defer to my map.
So while Henry's looking at that, it's key to note here that
100.
bounce out could be quite
Marvin, you
critical
require
there for Van
164.
Velzen. He has managed to leave a finish though, but could have been a much easier task had he
94.
registered those extra points.
Thomas,
But
you
he's
require
challenging the throw
160.
here of Thomas Lovely in the opening leg. Thomas Lovely may need to take this 116. He's had a couple of tumpless checkouts already this week. This would be the biggest one. Van Velzen thinks he's seen this all before.
98.
A roll of the eyes, a flick
Marvin,
of
you
the head.
require 70.
But he's back with an opportunity to break the throw of the group favourite.
Tots of Van Velzen.
Game shot on the
It could
first
be a
leg.
game
Marvin
that
van
relies
Velzen.
on moments like that, and the first of them falls the way of Van Velzen to break the lovely throw and to
Second
lead
leg,
1-0.
It's Marvin to throw first. Game on.
Lovely misses. Marvin gets.
$80.
Going back to that said question, I have
57.
deferred to my map. Now, you can go one of two ways. I'd prefer to go up the A3, but the A27 is just as profitable when you go off the A23 and then you make your way back to
60.
the airport from there. Although you can go A3, come off the 25, round about Sayway, and come back onto the 23 to get to Gatwick Airport.
134.
Can you not answer anything the short way?
You've known me long enough, Matt, to know that concise isn't exactly my friend, is it?
Could have just said
81.
the only chance is a taxi.
I
Instead,
could have just left it at that.
instead it's turn left at this roundabout, over the next one, turn right.
Less Tom more hen.
125.
Hope you do enjoy your night here at the Super Series, and don't forget your £5 in cash so you can get a signed photo of Henry Deacon.
140.
Sure, as she's coming over from Ireland, you might do her a discount. £4.95.
€5.
57.
Don't know what the exchange rate
Marvin,
is.
you require 140.
Marvin might, and he might be halfway towards victory here. 140. That's that perfect for a treble, and he chased it. He just dips below into the one.
Well, Thomas Lovely isn't on
78.
one of those
Thomas
finishes
require
that are a nice
128.
finish as such, because even if you get the treble with the first dart, you still need another one with the second. It's all on dart 2, which has gone in the treble.
103.
And he
Marvin, you
misses a
require
dart at the
62.
ball. Same sort of situation here, where 2 singles will leave him a double, or a treble will give him the 2 darts. That is a flyer. I like that. Little pause, regain the composure.
Game shot on the second leg, Marvin van Velzen.
And I'm sure Gemma heard that all the way over from Ireland. Massive celebration there from
Third leg,
Van
it's Thomas
Velzen,
to
which
throw
really
first.
does seem to
Game
get
on.
him lively.
140.
But this really is a match befitting of the top of the table. Lovely's averaging 99.91. He's completely outscored Van Velzen in this game. But Van Velzen has taken both of the opportunities he's had at a double.
76.
There's a little pause there, which maybe just tells you that internally Van Velzen is getting a little bit excited here.
137.
I mean, for Thomas Lovely, just look at that average. He's having 103 and he's losing 2-0.
$140.
Real
60.
good game here from the 2 players that are heavy favourites to be here tomorrow night, taking their lineup alongside Scott Mitchell. Something Van Velzen would probably relish another opportunity at Scotty Dog.
140.
They had 3
much you require?
very high quality
164.
encounters across Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday. Known each other for many years
60.
from when
Marvin,
Marvin
you
Van
require
Velzen was
145.
representing the Dutch youth team.
Van Velzen looking to tee up. Lovely looking to get one back. The 104 point is return, but ton left. Trying to find a way through.
65.
Moved all the way across
Thomas,
and then
you
went all
require
the way high.
104.
Double 16 for what would have been a
72.
counter punch.
Marvin, you require 80.
It's been 2 from 2 on the doubles, Van Velzen, and Lovely is Mr. Dart to win every single leg so far. Can Van Velzen step in again? Yes,
Shot
it's
on
the
the third
answer.
leg,
It's a
Marvin Van
finishing
Velzen.
clink from Van Velzen. Lovely has dominated the scoring stakes, but it's Van Velzen who has been clinical when it's
Fourth
came to the
leg, it's Marvin
finishing.
to throw first.
What have we said all
Game
week?
on.
The second Van Velzen tightens up at the back end of the legs, he's going to run away with games. He's going to run away with matches. And he's taking on here the group favourite in Thomas Lovely. And he's taking him to finish in school.
100. $140. $100.
And credit to Lovely because it could have been so easy, especially after that last leg, to have been. Felt like he's been hit by a sucker punch, but he just keeps rolling with them.
96.
Problem is, he just keeps getting hit by them.
Could
93.
be one of the highest losing averages, if not the highest losing average of the week so far.
$133.
We've had people losing this series of averaging the 110s.
$100. Thomas, you
Champagne
require
shot to keep himself in the
132.
contest. Van Velzen's left one away for the match. Number 19 would left the bullseye. And if Van Velzen finds a
104.
trouble here, you would not back
Marvin, you
against
require
him,
108.
winning it with a ton topper.
Oh, it's on.
tops of the match. He's been clinical on this target. He's been
shot on
clinical
the
all
match.
game. And he
Marvin van
finishes
Velzen.
off with a ton topper. And that could be a victory for Van Velzen, which sets him on his way towards Saturday night. A ruthless display to get the better of Thomas Lovely by 4-0. He enjoyed that. And he's even got a bit of the Phil Brown team talk in there as well. Well, Thomas Lovely has lost with what is the first ton-plus average of this group. Van Velzen a 95.43, but look at that. It's the doubling which made all the difference. Lovely 0 from 4, Van Velzen 4 from 4. And he is 6 points clear with 6 points left to play for in terms of qualification. Boehm against Lee to keep the closest touch of Thomas Lovely after this short break. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Marvin van Velzen had it all, getting the better of Thomas Lovely by 4-0. 4 from 4 on the doubles, finishing off with a 108 checkout. And that was despite Lovely averaging in excess of a ton. He only had 4 darts at a double, couldn't take any of them to win 3 separate legs. It was a game of fine margins, and it was a game that was in the leisure of Marvin van Velzen. So into the beginning of the third round of fixtures we go, and this is effectively a winner stays on contest between Daniel Lee and Doug Boehm. The pair on 6 points. The winner will move on to 8, will move a couple behind Thomas Lovely. And importantly, the loser of this game would only be able to there on in get to 10 points, but then would have a legs difference, which would need a lot to be desired. So, realistically, the loser would be eliminated from proceedings. The winner will give themselves an outside chance. Lovely takes on Kellett after this, and then Van Velzen takes on Mulvey. What a performance that was before the break from Marvin van Velzen. Clinical when he needed to be.
First leg, it's Dog to throw first. Game on.
They couldn't quite decide which hand to shake with. I suppose that's the thing with left-handers and right-handers trying to find the way to do. Maybe a fist bump would have been bit easier, give it a bit of a Baymax.
140.
Yeah, it was a good performance, wasn't it? Thomas Lovely's 6th highest losing average of the series so far, 100.05, and he averaged over 100 with getting darts at doubles as well. It would be
44.
one of those where you could look at and go, well, he probably just didn't get any shots at doubles, and it was a scoring average. Incorrect. He actually had 4 darts at a double. So real good performance there, and Van
135.
Velzen looking very good to cash in on Edgar's tips, which was a 6-1 prediction I gave you yesterday.
42.
As they say about broken clocks.
See, that's one way of looking at it, but the other
46.
way is, do you know that a clock that is 1 minute out is never correct?
Good point.
$44.
And with that information, we'll move on to the latter ends of this first leg, where Doug Boehm has got 6 darts to take it out. Looked a lot more sure, didn't he, Doug, in that previous game? Much
100.
better performance than what we have seen at times from him. 94.02, 4 from 9 on the doubles and getting the better of
100.
Mulvey
Don't
by
you require
4
80.
2. And it looks like he's carrying that kind of form into this particular contest at the start. Double 12
Game shot on
for,
the
a seven,
first
for an
leg.
80
Doug
check.
Boehm.
Boehm leads 1-0.
He's found something all of a sudden, hasn't he, Doug Boehm? He was
Second
really
leg,
sort of
it's Daniel
struggling
to throw
through his
first.
campaign here.
Game on.
Last game averaged 94.02. Picking up a 4-2 success against Ray Mulvey, where he then went to do some gymnastics throughout
60.
the arena. Now he's starting to show that classy player we saw on Monday.
Started the week well, looking as if he's ending the week well. He'd just be disappointed with the bits in the middle.
97.
We've seen enough from Boehm at times, but haven't seen it enough in the crunch moments. But this was a big week for him. He brought his family over. They really
99.
embraced the Super Series experience, and that's all we can ask of a player.
Oh, well, he's really embraced the English culture as well, hasn't he? He's been making tea in his room. He's been for a carvery. I'm sure he's been to the fish and chip shop by
93.
now.
Put it into that popular sandwich shop, which is across the road from the venue, which has probably doubled its profits in the last couple of years.
$108.
Maxi for Lee. What would you put on your carvery? What's your meats of choice?
60.
I'd have a bit of everything, and especially last time we went, because actually last time we went we had a bit of credit card roulette, and I didn't lose.
Shock that.
56.
50-50 game, was it? What was it? 3 pints and 3 carveries? Although, have you ever seen the people at Toby Carvery that serve? Never smile.
100. Daniel, you require
Happiest people on earth.
106.
Well, this could get interesting. Oh, it's conventional. I like that. He's still with a chance of qualifying here as well. So good to see that he's... Well,
53. Doug, you
I
require
was about to say good to see that
151.
he's still trying to be as level-headed as possible, unlike the end of yesterday, and he goes for double 13 to leave tops.
$97.
This could be anything,
Daniel, you
because there has
require
been times where
53.
he has done anything in his power to leave the bullseye, but this time he will go for tops. Taking his time over this dart.
Game shot on
Finds the
second
tops
leg.
to level up
Daniel
at 1
Lee.
apiece.
Yeah, he looked at the scoreboard there. I'm not sure what he was expecting to see, because the dart was completely out the way. It wasn't like it
Third
blocks
leg,
it.
it's
Daniel
Doug to throw
Lee's
first.
darts do stand
Game
up
on.
quite a bit in the board. So it's not like he would change it to a different double. So yeah, I don't know what he was hoping to see
96.
there. Maybe he just wants to be aware of the situation, wanted to know that Doug was breathing down his neck. I thought, oh, I best get this done now then.
Intriguing goings on here at the Live
60.
Lounge in Portsmouth. You could join us at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth on a Saturday evening by heading over to dartshop.tv. That's the QR code you need to scan to watch some top quality tungsten action every single Saturday night. And tickets are available until Saturday the 20th of July. You can enjoy a great summer worth of darts here at the Modus Super
59.
Series, based at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth on London Road on the south coast. It's a great, great night's worth of arrows action here.
137.
Series 8 tickets available until around about week 8. Champions Night on the 25th of May. And there will be a special week after that as well. More details to be announced here on the Super Series YouTube channel.
45.
You will get it here first.
$93.
What's your favourite bit about Super Series Saturday, Matt?
The ambience.
A very sophisticated answer.
I just like the vibe.
55.
I like the jeopardy. I like the little bit of buzz, a little bit of murmur, the little bit of instant feedback you get from a live audience. I like the pressure that is clearly written across the players because they know what they're
99.
playing for. I like people aspiring to win weeks and then fulfilling their dreams. People like Adam Warner, who stood on that stage just over a year ago and said he tripled his net worth when he won a week here.
60.
Ended up going and getting a tour card off the
Daniel,
back of
you
that. Ended
require
up using that money to
112.
fund going to Q school.
What does Lee do with the 112? Stays conventional. Double 16.
96.
You get the sense that Daniel Lee's beginning to sense a job because the maverick moments that we saw at the end of yesterday have been cut out of his game. And he's going to come back for double 8 to break the Boehm throw and to lead 2-1, but it's going to be under
Daniel, you require
surmountable
16.
pressure from the American. Beautiful guide. Couldn't
Shot on a
miss.
third
2-1
bag,
lead
Daniel
with a
Lee.
break accrued.
Four flag. It's Daniel to throw first. Game on. $140. $96. $97.
He's growing into this game, is Daniel Lee. Doug Boehm came out and hit him hard in the opening leg, trying to continue that form that he was showing in his previous game, but you just get the feeling that Daniel Lee almost is
140.
so confident. You could hit him with a 9-darter and he'll believe he's going to come back with one himself. He does represent and cut the figure of a very confident chap.
98.
Doug just trying to work out the mathematics. Another single would leave him a finish.
97.
Just had a feeling about that one for some reason. Maybe it was just the way the dart was kicking across, just promotes that deflection. Oh, and this is harsh. This is punishment.
146.
This is silly.
It's silly, but it's effective.
He literally wanted 46. He could have just hit a single number. He could have hit single 6 to leave tops.
You know what I said in the last leg that he's cut it out? He hasn't.
Daniel, you require 20.
However, when he needed a double, it went
It's
away,
on
but
the
then he
fourth
finds a
flag,
double
Daniel
five.
Lee.
There's no rhyme and there's no reason, but it somehow works.
Fifth
He
flag. It's Doug
wanted
to throw
46. He
first.
could have just gone 6 for
Game
tops or 14 or.
And the best bit about it is, even when he does all this stuff, he doesn't celebrate or anything. It's just like,
125.
it's casual business as usual.
I mean, it's interesting to watch, but it is what's going to hold him back ultimately. You're not going to get away with it forever.
60.
And you're not going to get away with it at a higher level. You'll get so far with it, but it will be the making of his own doom somewhere along the line. We may even see it this week.
108.
It certainly won't Doug Boehm up.
You're broken, aren't you?
I just don't know what to say about it. It's something you can't
140.
advocate for, but at the moment it is working for him. But it's baffled, but entertained at the same time.
45.
You don't want to enjoy it, but you are enjoying it, aren't you?
Yeah, it's like a horror movie, isn't it?
And then starts on the 19s on 301.
96. Doug, you require 151.
He just eliminated the possibility of having any finish there when he hit the first start.
$97. $93. Doug, you require 54.
Bring it back to 3-2. Single to double for Boehm. And he's missed the big number. You'll surely head down to... Well, double 16. Usually he's been a tops man. He's changed the MO.
22.
It doesn't work.
Daniel, you require 112.
Well, the way the last couple of legs have gone, this really could be anything and everything. 52 left. It should be either 20 for double 16 or 12 for tops. It will be 12 for tops.
92.
And it would have been for the match.
Doug, you require 32.
To keep the
Game's
game
on a
going,
fifth
and
leg,
Daniel
Doug
Lee's
back.
going to have the throw for the match.
Sixth leg. It's Daniel to throw first. Game on.
He's had one match start. He'll be expecting to get more.
59.
Can I advocate a point to the producers of this show? If we do have another double start week, can we put Daniel Lee in it, please? Can you imagine him and Roman at a double start week?
82.
Well, he's going to want to keep himself in this week for now, and the only way he's going to do that is with a win here, but legs is going to come into play as well, and he probably could have done with that one being the 4-1.
81.
Every single leg could be vital in terms of the qualification, especially when you're chasing down those players at the top that have been so dominant. Doug Bain's coming back at him.
108.
His second maximum of the game there for Doug Boehm, the third in total in this game. 2-1 in favour of Doug. In his fifth
140.
180. Scrap that. His seventh 180 of this group.
$30.
6 for the match then for Daniel Lee. 6 from here for the match, shall I say.
60.
He's 161 after 12. What could Doug do by way of response?
Oh, what a dart that was. Big dart,
Daniel,
big
you
moment there
require
for Doug. He could have
161.
been pretty much handing the game to Daniel Lee, but keeps himself well and truly in touch. Hang on.
And he's now tried to set up the 161.
Doug, you require 112.
Well, this was the shot that Daniel Lee just missed to win the match. He missed a dart at tops, and that's what Doug Boehm will get if he can find the treble 19. Which he can't. So Daniel Lee, who's already had one match dart at tops,
72.
will get 3
Daniel, you
more.
require 40.
This is for a late charge towards the line. Double 14 grazes
12.
the wire.
Doug, you require 40.
Double top. Grazes the wire. And because it was so close, it didn't help. He's now got an open bed, which he
20.
cannot find.
I think the
Daniel,
miss there
you
actually
require
helped him.
28.
Now it's double 14. Now double 7 for the match.
$14.
Doesn't go.
Doug, you require
Boehm
20.
returns.
So ironic, he's hit all these doubles when he didn't want them, and then he's missed 7 match darts.
Double 10 for Boehm. For a level game. For a match which will go to leg 7.
10.
But he cannot find it.
Daniel, you require 14.
And Daniel Lee eventually crawl over the line. Double 2.
10. Doug, you require 10.
Now it's getting tense and twitchy.
Game shot on the 6th
And we
leg,
now have a
Doug
level
Boehm.
game. For the first time today, we're going to leg 7. Into minute 18 of this absorbing
7th
contest.
and final leg. It's Doug to throw first.
And Daniel thought he had
Game
the
on.
darts.
A lot of thoughts going through the head of Daniel Lee, who will feel he should have had this done. He's had a dart to win it
97.
4-1. He's had multiple darts to win it 4-2. In total, 10 darts. He could have had at doubles
85.
here to get the job done. You feel now he's got to hope for a little bit of a mistake here from Doug, who may feel like he's already made it.
140. $59.
Big advantage, Doug, now. 100 points plus these.
It's a game that Daniel's let slip here.
Oh, absolutely. 10 match darts. He's had his opportunities, he's had his chances. But this could be the end of his week.
28.
But there is an invitation. There is the door being opened for Daniel Lee. Needs a treble.
58.
Can't find one. He only found one with his opening dart. Do you feel there's going to be another twist or turn somewhere along the line here?
96.
The tension on the stage, the weak riding on this fixture.
134. Doug, you require 140.
Despite the big visit there from Daniel Lee. Can't leave a finish, so Doug will just be thinking one treble here, and I've got a handful of darts for the match.
60.
He's unable to find it.
And can leave himself on something handy.
105. Doug, you require 80.
Do we have another twist in the tail? Oh, needs a treble. Finds it.
$58.
The
Daniel, you
whisker
require
of a
60.
wire away. Daniel Lee's already had 10 match darts. Match dart number 11 at double 10. And eventually he
And
gets
the match,
over the line.
Daniel Lee.
It's a shake of the hand and a nod of the head from Daniel Lee. He's making a late charge, but is it too little too late for the man from the Midlands? It pretty much ends any chance that Doug Boehm has. For Lee, a 4-3 win puts into him a couple of points of Thomas Lovely, who's in action next against Stuart Kellett. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. For the break, Daniel Lee got the better Doug Boehm by 4 legs. Before we get into our next match, let's tell you what's happening next week here at the Modus Super Series. What a lineup we've got for week 10. Fallon Sherritt and Ted Everts are going to be renewing rivalries on the televised stage. Andy Hamilton, the former world finalist, is here alongside Darius Labanauskas in Group A. Shane McGurk, Richie Housen and Ross Montgomery headliner star-studded Group B. Whilst former weekly winners Johnny Haynes and Justin Hood will be the premier attractions. From Group C, Monday, 9:30 a.m, the action gets underway on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel. But back to the race to make it through to the finals of this week. And Thomas Lovely can put a real stranglehold on that particular position if he can get the better of Stuart Kellett in what is our middle match of the afternoon session. Matthew Edgar is watching the action alongside myself. Henry Deacon in the commentary box. And well, Thomas, yes, he lost that last game against Marvin van Velzen, but the performance was streets in front of a lot of what we've seen today.
Streets in ahead of what we've seen for the week.
First leg, it's Stuart to throw first. Game on.
The only other 100-plus average we've seen, well, one in Group B from Adam Lipscomb and one in Group A, 103.66 from Van Velzen. Stuart Kellett's race,
100.
It's done really now, isn't it, in terms of qualification. So you can just sort of enjoy the experience. He wanted to be competitive. He has
95.
been competitive. He's played well today, 83 and 85 averages. If he does that against Lovely, you feel he's going to get chances. And chances that Daniel Lee will be hoping
59.
Stuart Kellett is able to take. Because if Stuart Kellett does get the victory over Thomas Lovely, it'll do Daniel Lee an almighty favour and put him actually back in the race here for a qualification place to join Scott Mitchell on Saturday night.
Yep, Scotty Dog is bringing his farmy army with him to Portsmouth tomorrow. Adam Lipscomb will bring a massive legion of fans to the live lounge if he qualifies. And the prospect of watching a two-time world champion is very tangible as well. Could be a very good
54.
Saturday night lineup.
Sure, were you here as well, Henry? You'll bring at least one person with you.
58.
Tumbleweed everywhere. We do have the asset with us as well, Paul Nicholson, tomorrow night. We'll be joining Matthew Edgar in commentary. Look forward to hearing the dulcet tones of the former Players Champion.
96.
So lovely here, 78
Thomas
to
requires 78.
take out the opening leg against Fro. 20 for tops. Missed 4 darts at a double in his game against Van Velzen.
58. Stuart, you
train
require
continues.
158.
Kellett will not make anything of the 158. Lovely double 10 to
100.
take out the first leg, and it's going to be under
Thomas
pressure now
required
following
20.
that last dart and the trouble from Kellett.
Game shot on the first leg. Thomas
He's just
Lovely.
efficient, isn't he?
Second
Par,
leg. It's
isn't it? All
Thomas
the
to
time,
throw
par,
first.
par. And
Game on.
par tends to be good enough. Then, I mean, he did raise it and then got beaten when he raised it. 100.50 average
57.
losing out to Van Velzen, who's pretty much got the job done now.
Is it fair to say, I don't want to mean this in a
99.
disrespectful way to the rest of the field, but it's felt a fairly one-sided Group C in the respect of Lovely and Van Velzen have just been that
100.
level up.
Yeah, absolutely. They have. They've been head and shoulders ahead. There's a throw we've been used to seeing on our TV screens. Not seen it for a while.
100.
Stuart Kellett taking a step back from darts, but showing you can still throw a mean dart. You can see here why that timing has to be so right for Thomas Lovely as the throw just cuts across as the shoulder gives way on the action. But when he gets that timing right, so good.
180.
I mean, he
Thomas
shouldn't have
require
gone for the max, but it was such a
164.
lovely looking max.
98.
Literally no drawback as well in the
Stuart, you
throw
require
of Thomas Lovely.
122.
Starts in that deep set position. 19s for tops.
94.
I think he thought he wanted 132,
Thomas,
Yeah.
you require 66.
which may be the understanding as to why he went for the 180 last time. Double 16. Lovely can correct the Kellett error and make him punish severely.
50.
But
Stuart, you require
Kuster
28.
is going to come back. All's well but
Shot on the
ends well.
second
It's a
leg,
14
Stuart
dart on
Kellett.
double 14. And the pair
Third
able
leg,
to
it's Stuart to throw first.
have a bit of a chuckle about the
Game on.
particular incident.
I can tell you, Thomas probably doesn't find it as funny as Stuart does on the fact that he lost a leg.
80.
When he hit the 180, he probably thought he was going to have a bit of an
100.
opportunity at the back end of that one, but Stuart Kellett hitting straight back. And it's great to hear you've got the nickname right today. Calling him Kusta. The return of the nickname of
39.
Stuart Kellett, going back to his roots, changing from the days of KO.
31.
On the midway
100.
point of our afternoon's action, Marvin Van Velzen can rub a stamp his place through with victory against Ray Mulvey. You'd say from here it's
60.
going to be difficult for him not to qualify, but it would dot the I's and cross the T's, and in terms of the Dutchman securing that passage through to tomorrow evening's finale.
97.
Well, ton 40 there. Would have left himself on the fish. A ton keeps himself on the periphery, but it's 6 darts from here for Kellett to open up a 2-1 advantage.
58.
He's left himself on the hinks.
98. Stuart, you require 127.
Triple 19. Would have left the ball.
59.
The way this game's going,
Thomas
this
require
may be the type of finish that
112.
Lovely may need to take.
Oh, absolutely. He's going to need a big moment here to take the advantage here from Stuart Kellett. And there it
Shot on
is.
the
There's
third
the big
leg.
moment he was
Thomas
waiting
Lovely.
for. And it'll feel quite sweet to Thomas Lovely, who had that done to him pretty much every
Fourth
leg
flag. It's
in
Thomas
the
to
last
throw
game
first.
against Marvin van Velzen,
on.
who took out some great finishes to dish up the second defeat of the campaign for Thomas Lovely. So, really good reaction. And he's in again.
180.
This is showing the qualities as to why the odds compilers installed him as the favourite.
40.
And as we know, the odds compilers don't usually put debutants as favourites to win the group. You've got to be a special player to be able to do that. And you've got to be a special player to hit back-to-back 180s.
It could be a special leg. We said he needed special moments to get some daylight between Kellett. It's a 112 finish,
45.
followed by
Thomas,
back-to-back
you require 141.
maximums. 140.1 points away from the 9-dart finish.
But Dart 8 goes a begging. He goes a double checks as to whether it's in.
What that's called is wishful thinking.
94.
Well, it's been a great game, but it's also been a game played in great spirit. However,
100.
47
Thomas, you require
for
47.
potential 11 darter, and most crucially, a 3-1 lead. Double 16. 2 8s.
31.
But he's got all the time one could want.
Oh, plenty of time. Stuart Kellett right the way back on the Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Someone went to WrestleMania.
100. Thomas, you require 16.
2 8s.
Game shot on the
3-1
full
Lovely.
flag. Thomas Lovely.
Playing beautifully. 96.19 the average. 3 from 7 on the finishing. 13 darter there. Puts him
Fifth
on the
flag.
cusp of
It's Stuart to
victory.
throw first.
Kellett throwing to stay
Game
in
on.
it.
That's the thing with these short format games. It only takes a spell of just 2-3 minutes worth of quality darts, and you can open up a gap that
140.
in this format is sizable. And he's now just a leg away. Daniel Lee will not be enjoying what he's seeing here because a Thomas Lovely win
80.
will really limit his possibilities of getting through this group. It'll mean that he can only draw level in regards to points, so it's going to come down to legs for
60.
Daniel Lee. Everybody else would be pretty much eliminated here with the Thomas Lovely win. We'll be getting out the marker pen
121.
and scribbling out half the field.
You may need to get some more ink at that rate.
$41.
Reminder that we will be
83.
concluding the qualifying stages later on tonight with the culmination of Group B, where Bo Greaves, the 2-time champion of the world, leads the way, having won each of our opening
140.
4 matches in Group B. Adam Lipscomb also in great stead, as well as Sebastian Białecki. Rob Collins and Kevin Payne will win a piece last night. They've
Stuart,
got work to do.
121. Jack, 120.
120 for Kellett. Did the right thing and step back. Tops.
100.
The last dart dragged low.
Thomas,
Couldn't get the
you
line
require
on the length
121.
for the match. Bullseye.
89.
It's a handy miss.
Stuart, you require 20.
Should Stuart Kellett not be able to wrap up these 20 points? One more dart in hand.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
You
Stuart
felt like that
Kellett.
would have been the last dart he would have thrown had that not gone in, but you say about the game played in good spirits. They're two people that
6th
do know
leg,
each other
it's
quite
Thomas
well,
to
and I
throw
think the
first.
second you hit that,
Game on.
probably turn around because you're not getting the points yet, pal. Thomas Lovely may turn around and say, okay, I'll just have him now then.
140.
There's not many visits, is there, that doesn't feature a treble for Thomas.
81.
And even if he drags low, he can
84.
find a good recovery dart. I don't want to call it too early, but performances like Thomas's has won many a week here at the Super Series, and he would go into a finals like if he
140.
qualifies under the radar because of who else in terms of name will be possibly in the field.
Well, this is what makes it tricky, isn't it? Because when you look through it, we go,
85.
well, Scott Mitchell's played well. He could be the winner this week. Bo Greaves is playing well in the evening session. She could be the winner. Van Velzen's growing into it. Could he win it? It's going to be an intriguing
180.
finals night. But Thomas Lovely's still got work to do here, and Stuart Kellett is starting to really find that form of...
92.
Well, it'd be nearly
Stuart,
10
you
years ago
require
now when he
100.
was gracing those World Championship stages.
Treble 20 for double 10.
90.
So what Kellett has
Thomas,
just
you
missed
require
is what
100.
Lovely wants to hit to put him virtually there. Tops. Couldn't find, and so
80.
Kellett will come back
Stuart, you require 10.
to take us the distance.
Game shot on the 6th
And it goes,
leg.
and
Stuart
we'll go
Kellett.
to a decider.
7th and final leg. It's Stuart to throw first.
Stuart Kellett
Game
looking
on.
for his first win of the day. He's looking to turn this one around as Thomas Lovely put some fantastic darts in to go
60.
3-1 up. The 112, the back-to-back 180s, but an invitation early on here, a trebleless visit there for Stuart Kellett.
57.
Thomas Lovely chasing it round and only finding wire.
$100.
Position Stuart Kellett hasn't been in a lot. Not just this week, but in general, doesn't play as much darts as he once did.
81.
So these sort of last leg shootouts, these will tend to spike the heart rate.
But this has been a game all about
140.
digging in. He's 10 points down in terms of the averages.
$45.
It's all about Kellett, this. It's his to lose from here. He's done the hard work. He's got the advantage.
100.
And a big last dart there for Stuart Kellett. Thomas Lovely in trouble. He needs a max. Can't find the max. Kellett's going to get time here. Thomas Lovely's only hope is Stuart
100.
Kellett mistakes.
Stuart, you require 101.
Double 12 was almost the route towards victory for Kellett. He grazes the wire. Lovely can only hit and hope. He's let this game slip from a 3-1
96.
lead. He's had
Stuart,
darts
you require 24.
complete the job. But Kellett now, double 12. Double 6 to get over the line. Now down for double 3.
21. Thomas, you require 122.
It's a chance. And I can guarantee you a minute ago he'd have been praying for any opportunity, whether it was 170. He's not going to get a dart at the ball,
38.
but Kellett with
Stuart,
work
you
to do
require
here.
3.
I don't think I've ever met a dart player that's enjoyed going for 3.
Double 1.
No score. Thomas,
So
you
Lovely for
require
back.
84.
2 visits there, Stuart Kellett's had to get the job done. Unable to do so. Oh, but that's a problem for Lovely. And he's not even going to get a dart at the bullseye.
68. Stuart, you require
Tension.
3.
Shredsville of the Super Series. Double one. Is found by Stuart Kellett to condemn Thomas Lovely to back-to-back defeats. And suddenly, things begin to get a little bit interesting as far as this Group C is concerned. Kellett winning with an average 10 points inferior of that of Lovely, but the 2 points is all that matters. Coming up after the break, Marvin van Velzen and Ray Mulvey. Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series, where there has been some twists and turns in the last few minutes here as far as Group C is concerned. Before the break, well, we saw some tensious moments as Thomas Lovely found himself on the receiving end of back-to-back defeats in Group C, losing out in the last leg decided to Stuart Kellett 4-3. But for Marvin van Velzen,
Marvin to throw first.
he can secure his passage through the win against Razor Way. And it is MVV who has the darts.
45. $81.
That last result as well would have been music to the ears of Van Velzen, seeing Thomas Lovely go down again. Will just mean that he can come up here, get the job done, and is now massive favourite to go on and win this group.
45.
I wish someone would have predicted it.
Who would do such a thing? Who would predict so perfectly, Matthew Edgar?
140.
But he is playing like a dream.
He is, and that's going to be worrying for the people in Saturday night. I think we're going to end up with a really good competitive field tomorrow night. We could really make a case at the moment for all the players that are currently looking confirmed.
96.
He's left himself tops after 12 in the first leg. There's just no messing about. And actually with Marvin, when the game's a little bit bigger, as are the performances from him this week. In that previous match, that big top of the table encounter
56.
against Thomas, averaged 95.43,
Marvin, you
but
require 40.
clinically was 4 from 4 in the doubles. He could make it 5 from 5. If he could
Drinks
pin
on
tops,
the
that's
first
been on a
leg,
string
Marvin
for him
Velzen.
so far today. I can't remember hardly
Second
any,
leg,
if
it's
any,
ready to
misses
throw
on that
first.
target from him today.
Game on.
And that was despite in his first game being 4 from 13 on the doubles. He's really improved and tidied up in that area ever since. He's now 6 doubles from his last 6 attempts.
60.
It's 50% for the day, 9 from 18. Which was just the one area I just said I wanted to
30.
see him just tighten up a little bit, just show a little bit more composure on the outer ring. Well, we're getting it.
$92. $60.
As for Ray, is there potentially a feeling that this week and maybe this last day, the energy's gone, the adrenaline may have gone, and there could be a potential for him to
80.
go through the motions?
I don't think so, because if it was a player that's been here many times before, I think maybe there is that sort of
93.
familiarity side of things. But I think for Ray, he doesn't know if he's going to be here again, and he's just got to enjoy every single moment that he gets on the stage and try and put his best foot forward and try and get some more highlights and just embrace the whole experience. Something he's worked for, something he's wanted.
100. Marvin, you
Very
require
popular behind the scenes. Real
129.
nice man is Ray. Quite softly spoken guy. Really enjoyed and embraced the opportunity that this week has afforded him.
89.
Van Velzen leaving himself tops again.
Ray, you
And if I'm
require
you, Ray,
78.
considering the way he's been hitting this in the last couple of games, I'd take the 78 out. And he could do with double 12.
$66.
I think we know what happens
Marvin, you
next.
require 40.
He's missed one. He's missed 2. But he wasn't going to
It's
miss
on
a
the second
third, was he?
leg,
2-0
Marvin
Van
Van
Velzen
Velzen.
with a break.
Third leg. It's Marvin to throw first. Game on. $96.
He's halfway there.
Well, your score, that replicates his average as well. 96.88 for Van Velzen, which is kind of in where he's living today,
85.
over the 90 mark. 92.74 in his opening game, 95.43, and he's taking it up another notch here.
140.
We have got a player on our hands.
Are your goalposts in terms of Marvin's ceiling
99.
changing as the week goes along?
Well, I'm going to be honest, I've not seen Marvin play before, so for me, the jury was out and I was open-minded day after day.
95.
And yeah, it's more confirming the opinion I had, which was that of a very positive one.
60.
I'm sure everyone
Marvin,
watching
you
along
require
today will have that
170.
exact same feeling when they're watching Marvin, thinking, this could be a player.
6 of 170 to open up a 3-0 lead.
95.
Good farm of the last start to leave himself on 75.
$140. Marvin, you require 75.
To put himself a leg away. Double 12. Oh, that's
on a
beautiful
third
from Van
leg,
Velzen.
Marvin van
It's a
Velzen.
14 darter. It's a 3-0 lead, and he's got the first 3 legs done in the space of 45 darts.
Fourth
The average,
leg, it's Ray to throw
100.2,
first.
and there's not
Game
much Ray could do by way of response.
45.
Could be a couple of blow-away performances here for Van Velzen. He won his last game 4-0 as well, that against the group favourite Thomas Lovely.
134.
He could be going on a big winning run of legs here. When you look ahead, he's got Daniel Lee and Stuart Kellett still to play. 2 more games.
60.
He'll probably be playing those with the luxury of knowing his place is already confirmed for Saturday night, because I feel we may be confirming that position within the next 94
137.
seconds.
Well, since his 4-2 defeat to Thomas Lovely in the 10th game of yesterday's session, in the 4
100.
games that have followed, he has dropped just 4 legs. Dropped 2 against Doug in the last game of yesterday. Dropped a couple of legs against Doug in the first game of today, but hasn't lost a leg
44.
since. Beat Lovely 4-0, and it looks like he's on the cusp of beating Ray 4-0.
$59.
The finishing straight is in front of him now. 6 darts to 186 to rubber stamp his place into tomorrow night's final.
30.
He's left to finish. Oh, a lot of work to do. Would have been hoping to be a lot
100.
closer than this. Needs
Marvin,
a
you
couple of
require
trebles.
156.
This would be a blockbuster way to seal his progression through. But the second dart
100.
clatters off the barrel of
Ray,
the
you
first
require
and just above.
137.
Well, Mulvey isn't going to find a Hail Mary 137, and so Marvin van
59.
Velzen, who has been the
Marvin,
player
you
of the
require
group,
56.
to seal his place through to Saturday night's finale. 2 darts at tops.
36.
Well, for once, there's
Ray, you
a
require
functional miss on that
78.
target.
$26.
So Van Velzen back for 3 more
Marvin, you
to
require
confirm
20.
his place for his first finals night appearance.
Game
And
shot.
MVV
Marvin
is
van
the
Velzen.
MVP. Marvin van Velzen seals his place in tomorrow night's final here at the Live Lounge. He does it so comprehensively by beating Ray Mulvey by 4 legs to 0. He's won the last 9 legs straight, a 93-94 average for the Dutchman, a 4-0 win. Coming up after the break, it's Stuart Kellett up against Doug Boehm. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Marvin van Velzen is a Saturday night finalist here at the Live Lounge in Ports to get a bit of Ray Mulvey by 4-0. This is what we've seen so far elsewhere in that last round. Stuart Kellett and Daniel Lee winning in 7. And so van Velzen on 14 points. Unpassable now. Thomas Lovely is in a bit of danger. 10 points compared to the 8 of Daniel Lee. It's not as comfortable as he thought it was going to be. And maybe it's going to be a twist and turn in proceedings. We're going to watch Daniel against Marvin in a couple of matches' time. But now it's Stuart Kellett and Doug Boehm that will go toe-to-toe on the hockey. For this pair, well, they're on 6 points, but it looks like their races have been run for this week at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. What will the pair take from their escapades here on the south coast, do you think?
I think they're two players that are going two completely different directions, though, as well. When you look at what they want from darts now, Stuart Kellett just wants to enjoy the game. He's got no ambitions to move any further than what he's doing at the moment. Just wants to have a nice casual throw when he wants, play his county darts, do a bit of ADC, have 10 minutes practice when he feels like it at home. Feels like he's done everything he wanted to do.
First leg, it's Stuart to throw first. Game on.
For Doug Boehm, there's a lot of stuff he wants to go and do. He's on a bit of a mission. He's now starting to take darts a little bit more seriously.
140.
He's got 2 young children, 5 and 3 years old, that he now feels he can put a little bit more time and effort into the sport. He relocated away in China, then COVID hit, which
100.
meant he wasn't able to get to any events. So darts did go completely on the back burner, and this is sort of like a rediscovery of things for him. And what he's finding, when he's gone out there to rediscover it, is darts has moved on a lot over in America with the development of things such as the CDC. Opportunities now with World Series events, opportunities to get into
58.
events such as the Grand Slam of Darts, the World Championship. And I believe there's going to be further incentives
60.
coming very soon as well for players on that system.
Cool, you're a tease.
Yeah, I shall say no more.
140.
It's Kellett who's first to
Stuart,
finish
you
in
require 161.
the opening leg of this encounter. 161 is not going to be done, but he has got 6.
99.
We'll leave it handily enough upon his return.
$60. Stuart, you require 62.
For leg 1, 62. Double 16.
Game started
Found for
first
Kellett.
leg.
He
Stuart
leads
Kellett.
1-0. 15 data. Par for the course, and that's been kind of a
Second
phrase
leg.
been
It's
saying a
Doug
lot
to throw
today.
first. Game on.
Stuart Kellett's played well again today. When you think yesterday averaged 82, that's still very close to that 6 visit
41.
block. Today, not dropped below an 80, 83, 85 and 80, the averages of Kuster, which shows that he's still got a lot of retained ability.
100.
Maybe it's just the lack of sort of routine, the lack of practice that he now puts into the game.
58.
Elsewhere, good to see our friend from the Super Series, Dom the Tower Taylor, in action on the European
60.
Tour. Well, I think he's one of the best players we've seen not win a week here. Came close a couple of times. He was the one who lost out to the ridiculous week of Darryl
85.
Pilgrim elsewhere on the Euro Tour this afternoon. Wins for Jeffrey Desgrom. Danny Lauby, a player, of course, we saw here a fair bit in the Super Series last year, beating Ryan Joyce
100.
by 6 legs to 4. Brendan Dolan with a win. Richard Vanger, another Super Series player, beating Ricky Evans in the last leg decider. Your mate Darius got the better of Madars Rasma by 6 legs to 4.
140.
And Richie Edhouse continuing his good form of late by getting the better of Aaron Monk by 6 legs to 4. Taylor and Girdle in the last game of the afternoon session. Taylor in a 2-0 lead there.
Here's an interesting thought. What if Darius wins that event?
Or maybe the Sunday?
76. Stuart,
Or
you
what if he
require
wins the event? Yeah,
141.
Viewer Tour winner on the Super Series stage.
We'll do well to get here.
You saying you're going to dust the darts out and pretend to be Darius for a
97.
week?
Doug, you require 101.
That'd be ironic, wouldn't it? That'd be like rain on your wedding day.
Double 12.
77. Stuart, you require 44.
Kellett 44 for the breaker throw and a 2-0 lead. Double 16. Does the
It's
job.
on a second
2-0
leg,
to
Stuart
Kusta.
Kellett.
In terms of tonight on the Euro Tour, Martin Lukeman up against
Third
Darryl
leg, it's
Gurney.
Stuart to throw
Andrew
first.
Gilding against
Game on.
Habel. Jose de Souza, Jan van Veen. Of course, saw him on the Super Series stage. We've also seen Graham Hall make a Champions Week here.
100.
He takes on the informed Chris Dobie. Martin Schindler up against James Wade. Raymond van Barneveld against Mike de Decker. Dimitri Vandenberg up against Gabriel Clements. And Luke Nickler against
140.
Zoran Lurchbacher.
And here in the UK, we've got Group B Super Series action with table topper undefeated on
97.
that stage. The two-time ladies world champion Bo Greaves returns.
$59. $43. $43.
Kellett on here for his best performance of the week. Really is growing into the experience now, starting to settle in. And I wonder if this experience for Stuart Kellett, the way he's playing and the way he's performing,
100.
is just going to get the cogs turning a little bit. Maybe it's just going to give him a flavour, a bit of a sample for international field darts again, where he might go, do you know what? Wouldn't mind another go at this
40.
Super Series, Lark.
Stuart, you require 161.
Almost feed the flame. And look, you can certainly see on the basis of today's
90.
performances, upturn compared to yesterday. He's settled down on the stage, some good performances, some good wins as well. When you consider that effectively he was coming from a ground zero basis upwards. There's a lot in terms of the
100.
trajectory this week, which you could be
Stuart,
really,
you
really
require
pleased with.
71.
15 bull or 25 tops. He is caught in two minds. In the end, plays safe. Finds the treble 15. Pins
Shot
a
on the
double
third
10.
leg,
And
Stuart
Kellett
Kellett.
is 3-0 up. Just
Fourth
like the
leg,
old
it's Doug
days,
to throw
Stuart Kellett
first.
with the KO
Game on.
punch. It's funny, isn't it, where
134.
Kellett's been shopping around for wins and he could find two in the space of a couple of matches.
$99. $180. $81. $59.
Well, Boehm on the cusp of pulling one back.
60.
Remember, of course,
Doggy require
importantly as well, this game has
128.
consequences in terms of league positioning, which will determine the prize money on offer for the players at the end of the competition.
92.
Which I think is one of the good things that we've done here to give it a bit more of a sporting meritocracy.
Absolutely.
131. Doggy require 36.
Well, to get his first leg on the board here, he's down to a double after just 12.
Game shot on the 4
Solid.
flag. Doug Boehm.
Good leg of darts that from Doug Boehm, but you feel it's a big, big task ahead of him. He
5th
has
flag. It's
come
Stewart
very
to
close
throw
to turning
first.
these sort of deficits around
Game on.
before. He's going to need to break the throw of Stuart Kellett on 2 occasions, and he's averaging just shy of 90. So if he can keep up to that pace,
43.
you feel like it's going to need a 12 darter somewhere from Doug Boehm.
100. $99. $96. $121.
Well, Kellett now, hoping to close in.
$98.
Well, this game plateauing around the late 80s. Been a good quality contest, but Kellett looking to close in on the win. Oh, it's a
80.
Robin Hood.
Going to have to do some running repairs. Busting the flight. Not quite doing it in
140.
Formula 1 style.
It's not quite Guido from the Piston Cup, is it?
However, Doug Boehm again. Oh, he's off for a walk. Where's he off to? He's just going to have a little trot around the... Oh, he's coming back. Oh, no,
You're right, Doug.
he's only half coming
Stuart,
back.
you require 158.
Oh, there we go. He just wants to use the table, and Kellett was in the way. Well,
Double 19. To have almost won it in style.
Doug, you require
Doug Boehm would have been
67.
going straight back down the stairs again there.
He was almost predetermined in the fact that he had to walk off stage left. But he is gonna have a dart at tops. Doesn't go.
47. Stuart, you require 19.
This for the match. For back-to-back victories on the Super Series stage.
2 fours.
15.
Not to be.
Doug, you require 20.
It was similar in the last game, wasn't it? Stuart Kellett took a little bit of time to get over the line, ended up stumbling over the line in the madhouse. Getting closer.
10.
So Kellett comes back
Stuart,
looking
you
at 2
require
2s
4.
to obtain the victory. Well, you can see the grit of the teeth by Doug. Up for the madhouse.
No
Drag
score.
below. And we go
Doug, you
on.
require 10.
Tom Taylor winning 6-0 with 100 average on the Euro Tour. Double 2. It's Doug's go. It
6.
doesn't go.
Stuart, you
Well, this
require
could be
4.
The end of the match. Kellett's already had a fair few opportunities.
Game shot.
But
and the
eventually
match,
gets over the
Stuart
line. He
Kellett.
beats Doug Boehm by 4 legs to 1. And so for Kellett, he moves on to 8 points, puts himself a couple behind Thomas Lovely, but the legs difference is the maximum it could possibly be. So Kellett, a 4-1 winner against Boehm. Lee van Velzen is coming up next. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where for the break, Stuart Kellett got the better of Doug Boehm by 4 legs to 1. Next up, Daniel Lee up against Marvin van Velzen. Van Velzen has already secured his place through to Saturday night's finals, whilst Daniel Lee is making a late surge towards it. If he can win by 2 legs or more, he will temporarily put himself into P2 above Thomas Lovely, who will then play Ray Mulvey in the next match. And then, as far as the final round of fixtures are concerned, Daniel Lee would take on Ray Mulvey, Thomas Lovely would take on Doug Boehm.
First leg, it's
Van
Daniel
Velzen
to throw
and Kellett
first.
would be in action in the
Game
first
on.
fixture of that final round. So, big game for Daniel Lee, who's in need of a big win.
We
85.
know Van Velzen's already through. We know 2 of the players that will be taking part in tomorrow night's 6-player lineup for the ticket to Champions Week.
139.
But I don't think that's going to affect him in any way. I think we're still going to get that same level of intensity, and certainly the bonus of winning the group as well, the extra prize fund that is
100.
available for different positions in the groups.
$70.
Remind as well that Group B will come to a conclusion tonight with the twice world champion Boehm leading the way, having won each of her opening 4 matches. And there could be a real intriguing cosmopolitan field on Saturday. You'll have Scott Mitchell, the former world champion, who plies his trade on the
140.
world senior stage. Bo Grease possibly tries women's world champion Marvin van Velzen, top young player from Holland. And if Daniel Lee makes it through, then we can have anything
134.
tomorrow night.
Marvin, you require 152.
Van Velzen to stop him in his tracks, 152 to break in the opening leg. Perfectly pitched, another one of them. Just clatters the barrel of the first.
98.
And so Lee's back for 48 to
Daniel,
lead
you
1-0.
require 48.
Tops. Double 10.
Game shot
In
on
it
the
goes,
first leg,
in the
Daniel
corner.
Lee.
1-0 Lee.
Second leg, it's Marvin to throw first. Game on.
Fair to say that we've seen a much better level from Daniel today compared to what we saw on day 1.
84.
Yeah, it just took him a couple of games to get settled in, really, didn't he? He lost his first 3 games and didn't really look competitive in those as such, but since then has been rock
60.
solid. After his first 3 games, 88-92, win. 86-04, win. Lost his opening game with an 84-74, then 99 and 81. So
100.
more than respectable.
$140.
Had 4 maximum visits, 2 tumblers checkouts, a 144 and the Humphreys, the 138.
$140. $100. $99. $133.
Van Velzen 78
Marvin, you
to
require 78.
square this contest up at 1 apiece. Double 12. Hasn't missed many at a double,
Game
and he
shot on
doesn't
the
miss
second
one there.
leg, Marvin van
And I
Velzen.
think he enjoyed that. And I think even Daniel Lee could allow a wry smile in the background.
Third leg, it's Daniel to throw first. Game on. $96.
It was that loud that we could probably have heard that from the Spinnaker Tower, which is about 2 miles west of here.
$108.
And it's beginning to really build up ahead of steam and speed. And this game is been superb so far.
60.
103 and 112 the averages. As we head into leg 3.
100. $80.
Oh, and again, don't see it too often. We've seen it 2 games in a row. A player hitting the equipment at the back, but that one wasn't quite the Robin Hood where it's gone into the back of the actual flight. That looked like it got caught in the ring, which is
57.
one of those ring grips that Daniel Lee will have on the back of his stem just to keep the prongs together so that the flight stays tightly in. Never really been a fan of those. I know the stems I use come with those ring grips
59.
already on them, and
Marvin,
I
you require
physically sit taking them all off.
164.
6 and 1, 6-4 for Van Velzen. Now he knows that Scott Mitchell has the 161. And I wonder whether he's the type of player that chases records and whether he would want the high checkout for the week. Nonetheless, he's
58.
left himself double 12 after
Marvin, you
12 for the
require
break.
24.
And
Game
again,
shot on
there's
a
just
third
not a
leg.
miss
Marvin
on the
Van
doubles of
Velzen.
Van Velzen. He breaks the Daniel Lee throw. He leads 2-1. The average
Fourth flag. It's
106.02.
Marvin to throw first.
But he's doing it proficiently enough that it
Game
just
on.
looks standard.
$125.
I think I'm running out of positive words to say about Van Velzen.
59.
Because he just keeps impressing. Look at that. 107.32. There would be some that may argue that he wouldn't have played this with as much intensity.
140.
That maybe now he's already qualified and he's through, that maybe he'll just come and have a bit of a siesta up there on the stage. But no.
140.
Average creeping up towards the 110 mark.
If anything, the relaxed nature of this match is forcing him to play his best, or allowing him, shall I say, to play his best.
95.
And I'll be honest, I thought it was the other way around. I thought it was someone that had to play with something on it, but
100.
I
Marvin,
agree.
you
I think
require
his best will come when there's a
141.
lot riding on it. We'll find out for sure tomorrow night because he will be here battling out for that grand prize.
double 12.
Shot on
4-1,
a fourth
4-1.
flag. Marvin
The
Van
arms
Velzen.
hoisted aloft. He is him. And he is 3-1 up.
Fifth flag. It's Daniel to throw first. Game on.
I said the average was approaching the 110. It's now hit it. 110.38.
100.
It's getting better and better all the time. His weekly best so far, 103.66. He hit that on Wednesday against Sebastian Bieletsky.
Well, now we're talking records. To break
90.
the top 10 averages club, he will need to finish off with something 113.43 or higher.
44.
Effectively, he's going to have to be nigh on perfect from here on in to do that. But that's a perfect first start.
123.
109.98 now.
137.
The 117 from Andreas Harrison in a 4-0 win against Michael Burgoyne is the record for Series 7. I don't think we're going to be breaking that in this particular match, but it has been
100.
spectacular from Van Velzen.
Well, 109 currently is the bronze medal for the best average of the
85.
series so far. And he's running 0.11 above it.
125. Daniel, you require
Now above the 110, but he may be forced to have to serve it out in the next. But Daniel Lee, 135, and he starts on the 19s. So Van Velzen to
51.
complete a
Marvin, you require
immaculate
63.
display. 63 points away from a 4-1 win. Tops.
Game
Take
start
a
and the
bow,
match,
Marvin van Velzen. What a performance from him. 108.13 the average from him. A 141 en route. And a real celebration from the young man from the Netherlands, showing why he is one of the top talents on the ADC European circuit. 4 from 7 on the doubles, a 1-4-1 out. Well, the improvements from last time is there to see in that particular match. Daniel Lee didn't do much wrong apart from step on the hockey when Marvin van Velzen was running hot, hot, hot. Coming up next, Thomas Lovely and Ray Mulvey. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw an amazing performance from Marvin van Velzen, his highest ever recorded average of 108.13 and a 4-1 success against Daniel Lee. 1-4-1 checkout as well, en route to that particular 2 points. And so now from Lee against van Velzen to Thomas Lovely against Ray Mulvey. For Van Velzen, he moves on to 16 points in the group. Lovely on 10. Lee and Kellett on 8. Doug Boehm on 6. Ray Mulvey on 4. That's how the league table looks. For Lovely, well, he now enters must-win territory, but his pal, MVV, has done him a favour.
Sort of squatted the chances of Daniel Lee, hasn't he? But still work to be done for Thomas Lovely. But he's coming up against Ray Mulvey here, who's not had too many wins and has sort of really tailed off towards the back ends of
First
days.
leg, it's Thomas to throw first. Game on.
He has shown some tired moments, some tired darts at times as Ray Mulvey. He's been here all week. He joined us on Monday. That's 5 games a day. Stretched across
59.
a 15-game session. Sort of 6 hours of darts if you include the practice. So it has been
59.
hectic week of throwing darts for Ray, and now the chance of qualifying, the opportunity of even getting off the bottom is starting to slip away from him. So
99.
you would forgive him if he'd felt a little bit flat at this moment in time.
100.
And this is a game all about Thomas.
60.
He can play the role of spoiler in this match.
134. 46. 60.
So Mulvey first to finish against the darts, but Lovely looking to bring himself into
81.
life. It's been
Ready
a
require
sedate
148.
start from him. Mulvey 148 for the opening leg break. Another one of them would have left himself double 14.
81.
Lovely 156
Thomas
to
require
take out the opening leg.
156.
Another double 18.
120.
There's some way to saved it.
Great
Ready
effort there
require
from Lovely,
67.
really good, but wasn't enough. Mulvey gets a dart himself, but this is for a break
Shot
and
on
he's
the first
broken him.
leg, Ray Mulvey.
Thomas Lovely came into this group as the favourite. He came into today as the favourite.
Second
now in
leg, it's
trouble.
Ray to throw first. Game on.
He has lost his last two fixtures by 4-0 and 4-3. And this would probably been the game he was eyeing up, thinking this is the one that'll get me over the line.
59.
But he could go into this last lap of fixtures here with work to do. He was 3-1 up in that last game against Stuart
100.
Kellett, a man who had only picked up a couple of victories until that point. Ended up losing it by 4 legs to 3.
At what point does panic
60.
stations begin to come into play?
Right now. This moment.
96.
I think the interesting complexity as well about this Group C
100.
scenario is you've got players that are playing well, but players that maybe in terms of getting over the line in things aren't proven in doing so. So perhaps it's not a surprise that there's been 1 or 2 nerves
60.
away from Van Velzen's assault towards Saturday night.
60. 85.
Almost just feel the tension every time Thomas Lovely comes to the
52.
hockey.
Thomas, you require 160.
He'll feel like he's had something in his hands here when he opened up that gap.
140.
And then when you get to that
Ready,
position,
require
you actually feel like you've got something
170.
to lose rather than you're trying to gain the qualification.
58.
The glass suddenly turns
Thomas
half
required
empty
20.
than it does half full. To level this game up at 1 apiece, double 10, now double 5.
Game
Huge
shot on the
dart,
second leg.
clatters off the
Thomas
barrel of the
Lovely.
second. He used it as a proper guide. My apologies. 1-1.
Third leg, it's Thomas to
So
throw
just to
first.
clarify, that was a proper guide.
Game on.
Yes.
The other thing that's proper there was a proper breaker throw from Thomas Lovely. He lost his throw in the opening leg, instantly got it back. He
134.
may be looking a bit tense, it may be looking a bit edgy, but it's not stopping him producing quality darts.
I'm glad you said that.
60. 40. 50. 100.
One final lap of fixtures still to come as part of your Group C action.
108.
But it may all be done by the time that lap comes around. A win here for Thomas Lovely will move him on to 12 points.
81.
That will
Thomas
eliminate
require
the possibilities
147.
of Stuart Kellett and Daniel Lee.
He's just beginning to get going now, isn't he, Thomas Lovely?
45.
Set himself on 102 to put himself 2-1 to the good.
85. Thomas, you require 102.
Double 18.
84.
Inside it goes. The second time he's missed double 18 for a big time topper in this match. He missed it for the 156 in the opening leg, but he is going to come back for free in hand at double 9 to
100.
move himself in front for
Thomas,
the
you
first time in
require
this
18.
contest.
Straight for it. Double 4.
No score.
Well, it was
Ray,
a
you
similar
require
situation in the
75.
opening leg, and Ray Mulvey punished with one dart in hand at the double 16. He's expecting to be one dart in hand, but this time at tops. I said expecting because nothing's for sure,
39.
and he needed to make sure the
Thomas,
big
you
number
require
and didn't.
18.
So Thomas Lovely will get a reprieve. Another opportunity at the double 9, and that is wayward.
Game shot on the third leg.
Wow,
Thomas
some
Lovely.
adjustment, and it's gone in at some angle as well. It doesn't matter how it goes in, as long as that point is touching the
Fourth
fascia of
leg.
the
It's Ray
board
to throw first.
in that double 9 section.
Game
That's
on.
all Thomas Lovely's going to care about. And he is ahead for the first time in this game. He is 2 legs away from confirming his place
96.
on Saturday night alongside Marvin van Velzen and Scott Mitchell. In a Saturday night that's looking very tasty already. We're expecting this evening,
87.
10 o'clock when the action starts, Group B, that Bo Greaves is going to add her name to the lineup. She was unbeaten last night, picking up
100.
8 points out of a possible 8. Just a little bit more work to do tonight for the 2-time Women's World Champion. But I think we're all
140.
expecting to see that.
This has the air of a game for Thomas
105.
of doesn't matter how, just do.
Yeah, exactly that. Just get the points, that's all that matters. I'm sure he won't even care what the
94.
average is. He could average 66. As long as he gets to win, that's all that matters.
It was interesting that I had a chat with Thomas following the conclusion
60.
of the session yesterday, and even though he was top of the table at 8 points, he wasn't overly pleased with the way that he played during the course of the session.
65. Ray, you require
And
140.
you severely hope that the cogs ain't turning here. Mulvey 140. So it's a nice guide to find the trouble. Should have then given her the
55.
opportunity to set up for
Thomas,
tops.
you require 115.
Well, this has been a group of moments. But the 115 isn't going to be another one for
55.
Thomas Lovely. And
Ray, you
so Mulvey
require
back for
85.
85 to square this contest up at 2 apiece.
Well, that eliminates the chance now of him just hitting a single to get to the ball. So he needs either a double or a treble. I say a double because we've had Daniel Lee in this group. He might have gone
61.
double 14 ball.
Thomas, you require 60.
But this one much more simpler. 20 for tops. For tops. Just had to move across there. The angle of the dart.
Shot on a fourth flag.
Just
Thomas
blocking up some of
Lovely.
the bed. Opened up the right hand side and finds it in the bottom corner. And
Fifth
he's
flag. It's
now
Thomas to
just
throw
a
first.
leg away
Game on.
from reaching Saturday on debut.
96.
He's had to work for it. But you can see the finishing line. But this is sometimes the hardest thing, to see that finishing line in front of you.
100.
So Van Velzen on 16, Lovely on 12, Lee and Kellett both on 8. And also Lovely with
85.
+6 in terms of legs difference as things stand compared to the -3 of Daniel Lee. So even in any which case scenario, he would have had a
57.
massive advantage going into the last round of fixtures. So Lovely closing in. That
140.
140 puts him on the cusp.
Knocking on the door of opportunity. The land of
42.
opportunity that is a Saturday night. And you feel like he's just waiting for it to be answered. Plenty of time on his hands. We'll just be hoping for one treble here.
45.
Not too much damage done. The damage appears to already have been done in the first 9 scoring phase of the leg.
58. Thomas, you require 135.
But he's on the cusp of doing something he's not done before. And I like this from Lovely. He's not chasing down the safety routes. He's just
59.
trying to get down to a finish there. Leaves himself a possible 2-darter.
140.
But now,
Thomas, you require
there's a
76.
little bit of urgency applied from Ray Mulvey.
Double 4.
68.
Doesn't go.
Ray, you require
He has had a dart to
104.
qualify. Mulvey now 104. Recovers well with dart 2. Double 16. Grazes
88.
the wire.
This
Thomas,
is the
you
moment
require 8.
that Thomas Lovely can book his ticket.
Four.
But he may have to wait.
Ray, you require 16.
Yeah, very wayward there. That looked extremely inviting there, just to kiss off the barrel. Speaking of inviting,
Game start on 5th flag, Ray Mulvey.
you just felt that was going to go there for Ray Mulvey, and Thomas Lovely missing match darts and many
6th
opportunities
flag,
there.
it's Ray to throw first.
You look at the
Game
sort
on.
of score situation, he just stumbled down to the double.
100.
Said there was a bit of tension in there earlier on for Thomas Lovely, and I think it's just rearing its head again.
Is it the realisation of what
85.
he's about to do, or what he could do?
Yeah, this will be something he'd have watched on many occasions,
58.
waiting for his opportunity to come here to the Super Series, and he certainly earned that right, certainly with the way he's playing. He's been getting his Pro Tour call-ups and been doing on the Challenge Tour, but that will settle you down. A maximum visit there for Thomas Lovely, his second of the game, 2-0. The head-to-head stakes of the
100.
maximums. And Thomas Lovely's 6 starts have outscored the 9 of Ray. So with that in mind, we could say he's broke the throw in the scoring phases.
95.
That max could be the kingmaker visit.
$100. Thomas, you require 141.
Big darts aplenty here. That treble just meant Lovely didn't get a guaranteed setup shot. And
27.
again, it's these
Ray, you
setup shots. He's stumbling to the
143.
line. Can he actually cross it? Question marks are starting to appear.
47.
The only
Thomas, you
positive
require
is Ray
140.
isn't doing much back in return. He's left himself on a 2-darter, but this, to confirm his place, isn't going to go the 114, and
35.
still he flounders
Ray, you
around.
require 96.
Absolutely all over the place here. Thomas Lovely has had 6 darts from 141 and he still wants 79. He's spraying them all over the place. The beauty is, though,
24.
Ray Mulvey is doing the same.
Thomas, you require
He
79.
needs to take a breath and just settle down here, Thomas Lovely.
Well, this game has descended into chaos, but it's tops for Thomas Lovely.
59.
That's more qualification
Ray, you
darts
require
gone. 5 of them
72.
now.
It's been a very edgy end to this leg from both. And he just squeezes that one in.
32.
But now another 3 darts for
Thomas,
Thomas
you
Lovely.
require
Can he get
20.
it done on this occasion?
He's had his chances.
No
Oh, and he's
score.
busted. He's gone the other side into the double 15.
Ray, you require 40.
Ray Mulvey cannot believe his luck right now.
I mean, the bonus for Thomas is he would have the darts in the last leg, but what would he have left in the tank?
Game shot on
Well,
the
we're going to
6th
find
flag,
out because
Ray
we're going all
Mulvey.
the way. Lovely can't put him away. Can't punch his ticket.
7th and final leg. It's Thomas to throw first. Game on. $60.
All around it. Peppering the treble. Ray Mulvey could step in here and cause some problems.
The perpetual spoiler.
81.
How many times do we see it when a player who cannot qualify can potentially stop another player from qualifying?
137.
That was quality, that, from Thomas Lovely. He hasn't had much go his own way in the last sort of 3 minutes or so. But to dig that one
45.
out, give himself a bit of scoreboard comfort.
57.
He has been in these sort of positions. He's picked up Pro Tour wins in regards to individual matches. So he knows how to get over the line.
140.
But he's in trouble. There is a backup option. He may just need a couple of legs against Doug Boehm to seal his progression
45.
anyway.
If you could play a timeout in
65.
darts, I believe Thomas would be playing it now.
I think he would have used all three. This, I tell you now, will hurt
58.
if this goes.
Ray, you require 170.
It doesn't even really need to go. You feel Lovely back on 144. Just needs to get close. And Thomas Lovely's brain will start ticking.
60. Thomas, you
This
require
is the part where
144.
Thomas Lovely has been struggling for the last couple of legs. This sort of setup play, but not struggling here.
96.
Much better setup play. Leads a
you
two
require
darter.
110.
Should Ray Mulvey not produce a heartbreaker?
Triple 18. Just the other side of the wire.
58.
But Thomas Lovely has
Thomas,
had
you
more
require
than enough
48.
opportunities to rubber stamp his place through to the finals. This might be the last chance he gets in this game. Double 16.
16.
Doesn't go.
Ray, you require 52.
He cannot cross the line. Ray Mulvey to step in. Oh,
Great
this is
shot. And the
incredible.
match, Ray Mulvey.
Mulvey's got the better of Thomas Lovely by 4 legs to 3 after Lovely missed handful upon handful of qualification darts. And so it's going to go down to the final round. Well, that's the state of the affair in terms of the match. And as far as the table's concerned, well, Van Velzen's comfortable and safe. Lovely on 10 points. Daniel Lee and Stuart Kellett on 8 points, respectively, themselves, following the end of the penultimate round of fixtures. Van Velzen and Kellett will kick off the final round of fixtures, and that's going to take place when we return after this short break. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we're into the final round of fixtures for our Group C session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And before the break, Ray Mulvey beat Thomas Lovely by 4 legs to 3. Lovely had a multitude of qualification darts to seal his place into tomorrow evening's final. They came and they went in their droves. And Mulvey stepped in to get over the line 4-3 from 3-1 down. So this game, Kellett can move to 10 points, but he's going to have to win 4-0 pretty much to stand any chance of
First
making it
leg,
through.
it's Marvin to throw
And
first.
Velzen, a man who has been in red-hot form today. In matter of fact, throughout the course of the day, he has dropped just 3 legs.
99.
Dropped 2 against Boehm in game 1. Dropped the solitary 1 against Dan Lee in the last match. His numbers have been terrific. 92-74, 95-43,
60.
93-94. And that last game, the 108.13, was just absolutely exceptional.
100.
We've spoke very fondly
58.
of Scott Mitchell so far this week and what he's done in his Group A, but this, you've got to say, has probably been even more solid than what we saw of Scotty Dog in Group A,
92.
because Van Velzen's lowest average is actually 86. That is across 9 matches.
40.
It's a victory lap for the Dutchman.
$81.
He wins this game, he would have won 9 out of his 10 matches. His only defeat would have been to Thomas Lovely in the middle of proceedings
60.
on Thursday afternoon.
129.
And he's got 6 here from 129 to take out the opening leg. Doesn't have to chase around.
64.
Well, even self on 65 upon his return. Kellett nowhere to be seen in this opening leg. His final run out. It's been great to see Stuart back in action. We saw some real encouraging signs from
140.
him today
Marvin, you
after
require
a few
65.
years away from the cameras and the televised stage. 15. Tops.
25. Stuart, you require 143.
Yeah, rare miss on tops for Van Velzen today. 1-4-3 for Kellett to take the opening leg isn't going to be found, and so Van Velzen
60.
will return for tops
Marvin, you
to take
require
a 1-0
40.
lead.
Game shot on the
No
first
mistake.
leg. Marvin Van
1-0
Velzen.
to the Dutchman.
Second leg, it's Stuart to throw first. Game on. $60.
Well, just having a
93.
look at the chat here, and I can see a message from Co, who says, at commentators, that's simple maths. Nah. Lovely has qualified based on leg difference
45.
and points. Even if he wins 4-0, well, if Daniel Lee wins 4-0, it'll move on to +1. Thomas Lovely would be on +3 at the moment. He
80.
still needs another 2 legs. He then goes on to say, Lovely, definitely not losing the last one 4-2. No, 4-0. He needs 2 legs to confirm his place. So what you're talking is not simple maths, you're talking
43.
probability. Because that's based on your theory that Thomas Lovely won't lose 4-0.
45.
Cheers, Co. More maths classes for you.
$140.
Much more like it for Van Velzen. He's giving it the big licks as he gets the big
180.
hits.
I mean, technically speaking, Stuart Kellett could have still qualified.
60. Marvin,
But
you
Marvin
require
Van Velzen
103.
putting that one to bed very quickly here.
$43. Stuart, you require 153.
153 for Kellett to square up at one apiece. Isn't going to be found, and so Van Velzen's going to return for the
43.
60 to
Marvin, you
accrue the
require
break of
60.
throw to put him 2-0 to the good and to continue to extend his authority on this Friday. Tops. Can he sandwich it in the middle?
Game
Yes,
shot on
he
the second
can.
leg, Marvin Van Velzen.
That has been one of the strengths of his game, is that double top.
Third leg, it's Marvin to throw
It's
first.
come up clutch when
Game
he's
on.
needed it. He's hardly been missing it.
$139.
Has to be said for him, what's a slow start? He's managed to bring the average up to just under 86. The guy's got gears.
140. $45. $85.
I just love the way he plays with that intensity here, even though he knows he's qualified.
17.
He knows he's the group winner. The 6-1 outsider, may I add?
Your tip?
Well, I did mention it, didn't I?
140.
What you don't know is he's been wryly smiling to me throughout the whole course of the group on the back of that prediction.
$125. Stuart,
Got a
you
little bit
require
enthusiastic there with the
136.
last start. So it gives Kellett 6 on 136 to pull one back, peg one back, and
96.
it will be for a break of throw as well. He's left tops after 12. Much better leg this from Stu.
$137. Stuart, you require 40.
This now under pressure. Van Velzen leaving himself on a double. 2 10s. Up for double 5.
35.
Doesn't go. That's been the one issue for Stuart
Marvin, you
today,
require
has been his
38.
doubling. 4 from 11 and 4 from 18 in his previous couple of matches. Van Velzen goes straight for the double 19. Oh, good luck. Had to move
3.
across. He overcompensated.
Stuart, you require 5.
It's double 1. Doesn't
3.
go. Van Velzen then
Marvin,
to
you
put himself
require
into a 3-0
35.
lead. Two 8s for 3-0.
19.
It doesn't go. And so Kellett
Stuart, you require
returns for
2.
the Madhouse.
Game shot on
There's
a
no
third
way he was
leg,
missing with the
Stuart
second
Kellett.
after the handy guide the first provided. Back to 2-1 with the break-in shoot.
Fourth leg, it's Stuart to throw first. Game on.
I'm not sure Stuart Kellett was too aware that he had the breaker throw there. You do sometimes just get lost in a game. Certainly when you have one of those longer legs where you sort of get stuck on the double, you kind of lose track of whose throw it is and
85.
the pattern of play.
$55. $140.
Well, Kellett threatening to pull this game back towards even kilter.
65.
And he's now going to be favourite to do that.
$45.
He's someone we mentioned in his last game, Stuart Kellett, if it's going to give him some encouragement to come back here again.
100.
I have received a message which suggests that Stuart Kellett is actually going to be here again in June.
55.
That's great news. And also, that means it ain't going to be long between drinks. It'll only be about a month and a half between appearances then, if that's the case.
It'll give him something else to really look forward to as well, because this will be encouraging.
82.
And maybe next time when he comes here, they'll come here with a different mindset, because that was the thing that stood out, wasn't it, when he came here on Thursday morning, that it was just, I want to compete, I want to just
136.
see how it feels, see how it goes. It was one of, I don't know what the next couple of days looks like. And then maybe when he comes back again in just over a month's time,
75. Stuart, you
he
require
actually
40.
knows what to expect.
Game
Tops
shot
for
on the 4 flag.
2-2.
Stuart
Kellett levels this game up.
Fifth flag. It's Marvin to throw first. Game on.
So in regards to the question, Adam, we can see you, pal. Can Stuart Kellett still qualify? He could have still qualified before a dart was thrown. However,
95.
as it stands on your live in-play table, Stuart Kellett is now 8 points minus 4 legs. If Thomas Lovely was to lose by 4 legs to nil, he would go down to
97.
-1. So Stuart Kellett is now out. He has lost too many legs.
$134.
That final place will go down to either Thomas Lovely or Daniel Lee. Thomas Lovely coming up next against the darts. When we get to see Doug Boehm for the last time
100.
this week. And Ray Mulvey will be taking on Daniel Lee. Thomas Lovely needs just
84.
2 legs in that next game to qualify. Anything less gives Daniel Lee a chance.
$38. $98.
Well, to move himself 3-2 to the good and then 2 within a leg of the match. Van Velzen looking at 90. Remember, he did have darts to go 3-0 up in this particular contest.
46.
He's got
Marvin, you
6 on
require
here
90.
to reacquaint himself with the lead in the contest. Tops.
50.
Pitches just above.
$100. Marvin, you require 40.
Tops of Van Velzen.
Game shot on the
3-2
fifth flag.
to the Dutchman.
Marvin
He
van
is a
Velzen.
leg away from the victory post.
Sixth flag. It's Stuart to throw first. Game on.
Luke VAKR. 1 sip of a beer for every
41.
triple of Marvin. We have 68 empty bottles. I'm surprised you're still standing, pal.
It's quite a sumptuous of you.
85.
How do you know he's not sat down?
Definitely won't be sober, will he?
43.
It's quite a sumptuous of you. How do you know he's not drinking alcohol-free beer?
Oh, will you stop?
135.
Grow up, Matthew. Grow up.
$59.
You quite like some of those 50-50 games, don't you?
85.
Do, yeah, good fun. Good fun they are.
It's funny how not 50-50 they can be at times.
100. $95.
He's himself within range to end in style. To end with a win.
125.
Top the group with a dominant display.
101.
For a 4-2 win. Went bullseye first. And now double eight. Oh,
93.
Went far away.
Stuart, you require 133.
Well, it's been an almost immaculate Group C performance from Marvin Van Velzen. He
93.
was 6-1
Marvin, you require 8.
with the odds compiling before a dart was thrown. And with
Good shot.
9
And the
wins
match,
out
Marvin
of
Van
10,
Velzen.
Marvin Van Velzen is going to be a real player when it comes to tomorrow night's final. He's top dog when it comes to Group C. That's 5 wins from 5 today. He beat Stuart Kellett by 4 legs to 2. Boehm and Lovely comes up next. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where for the break Marvin Van Velzen got the better of Stuart Kellett by 4 legs to 2. Doug Boehm and Thomas Lovely take part in our penultimate match of the afternoon session here in Portsmouth. And, well, for Thomas Lovely, he had opportunities in the previous match to secure his passage into the finals. He had led 3-1 against Mulvey. He let it slip. And now its last chance saloon for him as he takes on Doug Boehm, the American, playing his last game of the week here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Waiting in the wings is Daniel Lee. A win for
First
Thomas.
leg, it's Doug to throw
He will
first.
confirm his
Game
place. However, only a couple of legs will be enough for Thomas to make it through. So for Daniel Lee to stand any chance, he's going to have to hope that Doug Boehm wins 4-0 or 4-1.
140.
But for Thomas Lovely, he's lost his last 3 games. And the last 2 in which he's lost, he's had plenty of opportunities,
57.
chances and time to get the job done. So there is hope here for Daniel Lee. And you just see a bit of movement in the arm, in the shoulder there from Thomas Lovely as he got to the back of the stage. Clearly feeling the situation and will not like what he's seeing here from Doug Boehm, who's playing with absolute complete freedom right now.
140.
However, throw the narrative the other way. In hindsight, how crucial is the one win he got today against Daniel Lee?
$41.
So he's playing with complete freedom, but that sportsman, you can see it in Doug Boehm, just wants to win.
58. Doug, you require 140.
140. Doesn't go.
78. $100. Doug, you require 62.
To take the opening leg. Double 16. Can he just nudge it across?
Game shot on the
Finds
first
it
leg.
perfectly.
Doug Boehm.
1-0 to the American. And
Second
because of
leg,
the
it's
fact
Thomas
that
to throw first.
Doug has
Game
the
on.
darts in this particular encounter, it makes Daniel Lee's task of hoping that Doug wins by a margin just a little bit easier. But that is a good start to leg 2 for Thomas.
$60.
What must be going through that man's mind right now?
100.
Whatever it is, I can tell you it's probably not positive. He'll just be trying to keep the mind quiet, just trying to be as free as possible.
60.
You look at the action of Thomas Lovely, it is all on the front side, it is all muscle, it's all force, it's all propelled and thrown.
43.
There is no backswing, so with that release has to be on point, and he can't be safe, he can't be soft, he can't just try and float the dart, he has to physically propel.
99.
Anytime that tension comes in, it is going to just make things a little bit trickier. He'll start pushing over to the 5 more likely.
98.
Well, there's 80 to level this contest up at 1 apiece at 5:01 on this Friday afternoon.
60. Thomas
Good
require
darting time
80.
of the day.
Tungsten time, you could say. Double 12.
56.
We love tungsten time, don't we, Matt? Apparently, someone bought one of those T-shirts off of the car boot skip and bought it in the front row with the Crucible
required
snooker earlier on
24.
today. Double 12.
Game shot on the second
1-1.
leg. Thomas Lovely. Third leg. It's Doug to throw first.
He is
Game on.
halfway there. Reminder, all Thomas Lovely needs is 2 legs, and this group is done. Marvin van Velzen and Thomas Lovely will be the qualifiers.
98.
This is the brink. This could be the leg for Lovely.
99.
I always find this point, though, really interesting. How much does Thomas Lovely know I guess we'll find out based on the reaction if he does get to 2 legs.
85.
Just how much maybe we think he knows that this is his qualification moment.
I don't think it'll be so much a celebration.
96.
I think it'll just be a complete outpouring of relief.
Relief, yeah. 100%, yeah.
And you could tell in his mannerisms at the back of the stage, that is a man that is feeling the situation. There's absolutely no doubt about that.
134.
And it's impossible not to. But Boehm here is making him work for this.
99.
Just like Ray Mulvey did in the previous match. And ultimately, Mulvey found that comeback charge, which has put us in this situation.
$100. 137.
It could be on the brink if
Doggy
Boehm can't
required
take out the 84. Daniel Lee is praying this goes, and he will not like that first dart. So Thomas Lovely, who has had a multitude of opportunities and a multitude of darts to qualify through to tomorrow night's finals, is going to get another chance on
36.
70.
Thomas requires 70.
He has made it hard work for himself.
62.
And he's still not crossed that finishing line.
Doggy require 48.
This really is incredible. Daniel Lee is still in. Double 16.
Game shot on a third leg. Doug Boehm.
Well, this is, at this point, Matt, absolutely incredible.
Fourth leg.
Still
It's Thomas
a
to throw
leg
first.
away.
Game on.
But how many chances has he had? How many darts has he had to get over that line?
134.
You expect he will get more. He scores too strong to not get any more chances.
$26.
However, that's untimely slip for Doug. Penny for the thoughts of Daniel Lee right now.
96.
He'd have written this off, Daniel Lee. When you get to this situation, just write it off, and if you get a chance, it's a bonus. You don't tend to ride the emotion of this. You just expect that it's job done.
But is the hope, or can it be the
60.
hope that kills you?
The hope doesn't kick in until you get closer. When you're this far away, you don't think about all those. There's too
45.
many obstacles in your way. You only get the hope when you get about 2 or 3 legs away from the situation, which may be about to end.
Because Boehm has been nowhere to be
60.
found in this fourth leg.
$85.
Well, this would be some way to complete it. Imagine after all these toil and troubles around qualification doubles, if he can round it off with a ton plus out.
108.
Well, Boehm is just hanging around this leg. He's still got 6, lovely.
41.
Yeah, the situation doesn't change at all despite the max. Well, he's got
109.
another handful of darts here. Surely this time Thomas Lovely is about to book his place in Saturday night. He's in double figures of the amount of darts at doubles that he has had to qualify.
Steadies himself in the background.
78. Thomas, you require 32.
3 darts at double 16. And Lovely's over the line.
Thomas Lovely.
It's taken him a while, but eventually he has crossed it and he is into tomorrow evening's finale.
Fifth leg. It's Doug to throw first. Game on.
And he did know that all he needed was just a couple of legs. So big moment there for Thomas Lovely.
45.
We'll now complete the game here with Doug Boehm. We may see him now start to play with a little bit of freedom as well. That is 3
95.
players of our 6 confirmed. Half of our fields completed. I dare say we know 4 of the players.
Yeah, it'll take a collapse from Bo Greaves tonight to not qualify. 1 win will guarantee it for the twice Women's World Champion as Doug Boehm finds his 3rd maximum of this match.
60.
You'd be disappointed, Doug, because he's played well at points this week, but he hasn't quite strung it together to the degree that he would have liked.
$140.
But shown what he can do with a little bit of freedom. It will be interesting to keep an eye on his story and how things go. I'm pretty sure he's going to be going to those qualifiers
58.
in a couple of months' time
Dog, you
for
require
a place at Madison
136.
Square Garden, somewhere he's already had a little sample of.
$96.
He's herself on tops after 12 to potentially moving 3-2 in front. Lovely's got what he wants, and that's a place through to the finals. Boehm may also get what he wants, and that's a last
100.
victory. Could be one of those rare
Dog, you
times
require
here
40.
where everyone's a winner. Tops for the chicken dinner in this leg. Double 10.
30.
You said everyone's a winner. I think Daniel Lee may disagree with you on that one.
$55.
Daniel Lee was hoping
Dog,
for
you
a
require
strong
10.
Boehm victory here. I mean, it's been a strong Boehm performance.
No
And
score.
it doesn't go. Lovely back for
Thomas, you require
133 to
133.
lead 3-2.
$93. Dog, you require 10.
It's double 5 for Boehm. It's
It's on
3-2
the
to
fifth
Boehm. The
flag,
American is one
Boehm.
away from ending his week with a win.
6th flag. It's Thomas to throw first. Game on.
It would also rubber stamp 4th place for him as far as the Group C table is
100.
concerned. And it could actually be better if Ray Mulvey loses out to... Sorry, if Ray Mulvey beats Daniel Lee in the last game of the afternoon session. Could actually finish 3rd. And of course there is
100.
monetary value to positions and placings in the newly revamped prize structure here at the Modus Super Series.
60. $100.
Right, I've got a question for you, Matt.
95.
Well, go on then.
At this present moment in time, who is your favourite to win tomorrow evening?
Oh, did you have to?
Yes, of course I had to. Anything to annoy you.
83.
You've been doing it all week, so might as well carry on.
$94.
Van Velzen.
Who, when play got underway on Monday morning
140.
for the week,
Thomas, you require
was
152.
28 to 1.
$56.
You won't be getting that tomorrow,
Dog, you
that's for
require
sure.
78.
You get nothing near it. This to complete the victory. Two in hand, a double 12. Now double 6.
66.
Not to be. A Lovely will return for the
Thomas, you
96.
require 96.
Oh, okay.
Shot on a sit
Okay.
flag. Thomas Lovely.
Double. Lovely. 3-3.
That chuckle is to say,
7
I
from
couldn't hit
final
a
leg.
single
It's Doug
double,
to throw
but I can hit
first.
2 of those
Game on.
on 2 of the most unlikely doubles. 2 match darts missed though for Doug Bain. Will that come back to haunt him? We can see what it means to him. We can see he's still got that
60.
desire to win, that grit, that sportsman.
99. $97. 57.
'Maxi for Doug with what will be his last scoring visit at the Modus Super Series.
And that is his 4th 180 of this game.
60.
Incredible.
Doug, you require 164.
Puts him on 12 for the group.
Oh, this would be a fireworks way to finish. Go on, Doug. Go for the ball. And he wasn't far away from
139.
bedding the ball. He's going to return for 25 to see the match out. Could be a potential 14 darter to finish his campaign here at the
93.
Super Series. He's been
Doug, you
a
require
great addition
25.
to the tournament. He's been a great guy to have around the building. He and his family have really embraced this week in this competition. And he's
Big
going
shot.
to
And
end
the
with a
match,
victory as he
Doug
gets the
Bain.
better of Thomas Lovely in a last leg decider. It's one of those few occasions where everybody can leave the stage happy. Thomas Lovely is through. Doug Bain wins his last game. And what a lovely moment. What a lovely embrace. What a lovely match. That the tale of the tape from it. One more game to go. Ray Mulvey up against Daniel Lee. The last game of Group C on this Friday afternoon sees Ray Mulvey and Daniel Lee go toe-to-toe. Daniel Lee now no longer able to qualify for tomorrow night's final. Thomas Lovely getting the couple of legs that he needed in the previous match against Doug Boehm, but did lose out for free. So, to our final game of the afternoon. A final one out for these two. Mulvey's been with us since Monday morning, part of the Group A fold, qualified through the ADC Ireland's Vault Series. Daniel Lee, who's had success in those particular Vault Series in the past. Well, he's been treating us
First
to some
leg, it's Ray to throw first.
exquisite and sometimes extravagant darts. So, one final game for our afternoon session. But fear not, we are going to have 10 more games for you later on this evening. From 10 p.m. on Sporty Stuff. Oh my, no, we're not. Not there. On the Super Series YouTube channel.
42.
Looking forward to the evening again. Well, I was really looking forward to last
59.
night, and it really did deliver, didn't it? That Group B, a really great night of darts, and I'm sure we're going to get a bit more of the same tonight when Bo Greaves rocks back up to the
103.
Super. He is off again, isn't he? I mean, why would you go for the ball there?
96.
I don't know. You're the ex-player with the professional opinion. Why would he go for the bullseye there?
I've got no idea, which is why I'm asking you to see if we can have a different point of view on this.
62. $100.
Well, you know what they say
96.
sometimes. People say, I'm going to let my darts do the talking. I feel like I've just got to let his darts do the talking because I can't do it for him on this occasion.
135.
Well, Mulvey is first to a finish in this leg, leaving 81.
98. Ray, you require 81.
The ball.
Gates on the
Bedded.
first
1-0
leg,
to
Ray Mulvey.
Ray.
Second leg, it's Daniel to throw first. Game on. $87.
As it's all wrapped up and done and dusted, I'm going to ask you a
95.
question, something that's been bugging me a little bit today.
Go on, Matt. Ask that question.
What size do you think his T-shirt is, Daniel Lee?
Oh,
99.
I reckon he's a big guy who wears a medium.
See, I was thinking it might be a small,
85.
Do you reckon?
but then I'm not sure it'd get the length.
Do you know what happens? You know when you got guys with a bit of height, they order a medium shirt, and
62.
it just, yeah, I reckon it's that.
If you are still watching along in the YouTube channel, please do let us know in the comments section. That is a question I never
41.
thought I'd be asking you guys. What shirt size do you think that is?
I'll be honest, Matt, when they said, oh, would you like to do some darts commentary? I didn't think one of the
95.
questions that we'd be asking is medium or small?
It might be large. It might be a slim fit large.
To be fair, he does look like he could tee off for a round of golf after this is done.
40. Daniel, you require 158.
May need to change the footwear, mind. Oh, hello.
98.
Why do I feel he's going to do something with his 60? Like 10 ball.
Do you reckon?
140.
What about double five
Daniel, you
ball?
require 60.
What could it be? Oh, it's boring. Double 10.
50. Ray, you require 100.
Imagine if Ray steals the limelight now and just goes bull.
No, just do tops. And find
Shot
it
at second
for
leg,
2-0
Ray
lead.
Mulvey.
And even Daniel Lee can have a right round of applause and a bump of the fist.
Third leg, it's Ray to throw first.
Why do I feel that
Game
that
on.
was a red rag to a bull?
In what sense?
44.
In the sense that I may feel Daniel Lee's going to feel like he has to join in now with the doubles.
100. 100. 41.
Well, if Daniel Lee gets a couple of legs, he's guaranteed fourth. If not, he'll finish fifth.
80.
There's one for you stat fans. Of course, if he wins, he'll go up to third. And of course, there is a monetary value to it.
140. 45. 60.
Well, Jared Cole's gone 60 ball for this before. Not that he's told anybody about it in the past.
105.
Mulvey heads for the boards and even
Daniel,
himself
you
on
require
167.
160.
He's not going to find the 160.
100.
He's going to leave it on
Ray, you
60.
require 167.
Parting shot, Ray. Now, has Daniel Lolders in a false sense of security by
97.
going conventional for the 60?
Daniel, you require 60. 50. Ray, you require 70.
Oh, he's missed a big number.
38.
And Lee will come back
Daniel,
for
you
double
require
5
10.
to bring it back to 2-1. It's double 2.
Game shot on the
2,
third
half
leg.
the deficit,
Daniel
and to
Lee.
bring the game back on throw.
Fourth leg, it's Daniel to throw first. Game on. 25.
Well,
60.
we will depart you following this game until 10 o'clock this evening when Group B will get underway. We'll have a little bit of a break. What will be the culinary
93.
choice of Matthew Edgar this evening?
Steak.
Ooh, Steak Friday, is it?
Oh, yeah.
45.
Is there a second seat available at that table?
There is.
140.
It's not for you.
That's all right. I think it might
59.
be Italian night for me this evening.
You can, but I won't be there.
114.
Was that an in-betweeners reference?
Of course, of course. Just looking over to the chat, I think we've set the silliness off here, so I can't really blame some of these comments that are coming in at the minute. So, but Benny
137.
Charles says definitely
Daniel,
a
you
medium
require
for the shirt choice of Daniel Lee. Derek Hinton says Daniel Lee is fun to watch. End of. Do you know what? Got to agree.
89.
When someone's different, different's good. We're often scared of different, or we don't embrace different the way we probably should.
60.
Yeah,
Daniel,
embrace
you
me more.
require 40.
Tops. So Mulvey 140 for
16.
2-2.
Ray, you require 140.
Another.
100.
Daniel Lee is back
Daniel,
for a
you
level
require
match, but
24.
Mulvey staring down the breaker throw on tops if this does not go.
Game
But
shot
it
on a
does
full
go.
flag, Daniel
And we are
Lee.
back with a level game. We are back at 2-2, and we are none the wider.
Fifth leg. It's Ray to throw first. Game on. $60.
It's been an okay Group C campaign really for Ray Mulvey when you look at how Monday and Tuesday started, where he
97.
couldn't pick up a win across either of the days. He picked up 2 wins on Wednesday. He got 2 wins on Thursday here in Group C. He's already got 2 wins today.
60.
Could go one better. And get 3 wins. It'd be his best day in terms of returns of wins and losses.
120.
Daniel Lee has different ideas.
And it mean that apart from Marvin van Velzen, who has just ran away with things,
100.
everything else would be quite close by, Lovely on 10, and everybody else would be on 8 points.
$44.
This is more like it.
108.
Maxi for Ray, the first of the contest, leads himself on 101 after 12.
He's second of this group. He only had 1 until this point.
81.
That's 1 a day.
Ray, you require
For Ray.
101.
Keeps the doctor away. Triple 18.
45.
Should have a couple of darts upon his return.
99. Ray, you require 56.
Missing the big number. That was a tied dart from Ray.
Game
But
shot on a fifth flag.
Finds a
Ray
double
Mulvey.
16 to lead 3-2.
The Daniel Lee fan club really has picked up
Sixth
over
flag,
these last
it's
couple
Daniel
of
to
days.
throw
Yes, he's
first.
going to divide
Game
opinion,
on.
but there's a lot of people sitting on the side of the fence that actually are enjoying watching him. And they're just sat here waiting for things. I can see some comments coming in. And Master Michael, hello to you.
60.
But it's almost like people want something to... They're waiting and expecting for something to happen. They want to see Daniel Lee go
45.
double 5 bull.
And the thing is, Daniel doesn't care whether it
100.
divides opinion or not. It's just what he does, and that's what he will continue to do.
When you play the game like Daniel does, you almost know it's going to divide opinion.
59.
So you kind of expect that. It's like when I look back to some of the things I've done in my life, and like anytime you sort of step into a boxing
133.
ring, you're expecting that at some point you're going to get punched in the face. So you don't go in there anticipating that, because then that's going to be negative to the performance.
100.
And it's kind of what he's doing here. He says, this is how I play my darts. I know I'm going to divide opinion, so I'm just going to own that.
134.
Well, it looks like our last game of the day. He's going to have a last leg decider.
100. Daniel, you require 74.
To take us all the way. Matt, help. Matt, help.
42.
Well, there you go, guys. You've been waiting for it. He went for bull double 12. And then 25 for double 12.
60. Daniel, you require 32.
He just really likes double 12.
How's it a double 60? We haven't actually seen him here much this week.
No score. Ray, you require 137.
Well, a big ask here for Ray Mulvey. But he could do it. This would be a great way to end the week.
121. Daniel, you require 32.
Take us all the way. Mulvey sat on a double to win the match. Double 8, but this is going to be awkward.
16.
Very awkward.
Ray, you require 16.
Mulvey 2 in it. Double 8. Double 4.
Game shot.
In it
and the
goes!
match. Ray
Hooray
Mulvey.
for Ray as he wins the game and he beats Daniel Lee by 4 legs to 2 in our final game of Group C. For Daniel Lee, well, he gave us some extravagant stuff and some eccentric stuff, but his campaign ends there. Ray Mulvey's been with us all week. It's been great to have him here all week, and he ends with a win. But the man who's top of the par was Marvin van Velzen. We're going to have a chat with him after this. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we're joined alongside Marvin van Velzen, the man who didn't just win Group C, but dominated Group C. Marvin, many congratulations. That smile, we haven't really been able to wipe off your face throughout the duration of the week. Just sum up how you feel right now.
Yeah, feeling blessed, happy. I'm so relieved that I played well on the first 3 days and then went back to 0, of course, and then happy that I played, won the first 4 games, and then happy that I beat Thomas the second one, and it just went on. And yeah, the third one was also very good. So yeah.
What changed in your mind between the end of Wednesday and the beginning of Thursday for yourself?
To be honest, not much. I knew I played well, so it was like just going on and just know that I was playing very well. So just keep going and just scoring, still keep the good scoring on, and the doubles will fell in on sometime.
Well, your timing and your 10 plus outs were on point. Matt, you tipped him yesterday at 6-1 to win the group.
I saw a lot in Marvin over the first group campaign in Group A. The scoring power was just unrivaled. Just needed to tighten up on the doubles, and he did in this Group A, and that's why he's dominated the way he has. And, you know, was you aware that the doubles was a bit of an issue on the first day? Did you change anything, or was it just more of the same?
To be honest, I didn't change anything. I knew, and I watch every game back, so I can learn also from it. And I knew that the finishing wasn't good, but it was like just keep going, and I went more aggressive on the doubles. That is a thing, but I didn't change any about my game, and now, yeah, absolutely relieved.
The beauty of the Super Series right there in one sentence, getting the ability to go back, watch the games and review them. That's why this has been such a tool and a vehicle that has really propelled players, and Marvin could be the next one in line.
Hey, the 108 was quite nice. Was it your highest ever recorded average?
Yep, yeah, it was. And also with the practice, I hit a 107 with a best of 5, and now I just went on, and I didn't realize it was my best game ever, but
We saw you here last year, and it didn't quite go to plan. I think that's fair to say.
yeah.
From the last time you were here to now, what have you been working on that's seen you become a completely different beast on that stage?
Yeah, the ADC Europe tournaments went on, and I did everything different. Throw was different, darts were different, and it just completely felt on, yeah, it felt. And just keep on going on the ADC Europe tournaments. Yeah, getting there a lot of confidence of it, and then went on. And the first time I went here for a week, it was just invited. And I knew I wanted to come back, and that's what my goal was for this year. And then I qualified for 2, and now I knew, yeah, I want to reach it Saturday, and I did.
Mm-hmm. And you're into Saturday. This place tomorrow night's going to be full of fans, full of spectators. Firstly, how much are you looking forward to that? And secondly, can you dare to dream now?
I'm very looking forward. My goal is also like my brother is all also with me for a whole week, and I said, yeah, you have to join this venue. You have to see it, and yeah, I'm proud that he can come in and watch my game inside here.
Well, Marvin, we'll have a chat with you in just a second. Now, Matt, I just want to break down everything else that has happened as far as the group's concerned, because Thomas Lovely's also joined us there. We can have a look at the breakdown now. It took him a while to get over the line, but over the line he got.
Very fortunate, was he, today? He got the damage done yesterday, and that's where he can sort of breathe that sigh of relief. If you look at his results today, he won 1 game, but he won the most important one, that against Daniel Lee, the person who ran him down close at the end. But Thomas Lovely, lucky boy at times. You know, he couldn't get over the line, he got tense, he got nervous, but he's through. That's all he needs to do. Doesn't matter how it happens, he is in, and he's in Saturday night. He could go on and win it now, you know. He's got that sort of quality and that capability. And now he's gone through that nervous moment. He really did show the signs of a debutant at times, but we know he's got the class. He's been playing very well on the PC Pro Tour, and he's had the call-ups there off the back of a successful Challenge Tour campaign. So I expect to see a lot better from Thomas Lovely tomorrow. More like Thomas Lovely of day 1 rather than of day 2.
And just finally, Marvin, for yourself, I just want to talk about your sports calf back home in Majdijk, because I know they've been watching your games throughout the whole course of the week. That place is going to be bouncing tomorrow night now, isn't it?
I guess they do, yeah. They are all week. We are on a group chat, and it's like every time when I get my phone back, it's like amazing to look it back and how they are watching the games. And also every time when my mom or my grandpa is texting me, he's like so supportive, and it helps so much.
That's
they are
a
big
little family thing for you, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, and it's also so supportive, and yeah, thanks to them at home also, yeah.
Well, Marvin, it's been great chatting to you. Great watching you play this week. Many congratulations. We'll see you tomorrow night. I'll see you in a couple of hours for Group B. Looking forward to that, aren't we? Bo Grease in action.
Oh, it's going to be a great Group B action. If last night was anything to go by, tonight is going to be fireworks.
Well, we'll see you later on. See you tomorrow, Marvin. Many congratulations. And hopefully we'll see you later on this evening as well. We kickstart our coverage from 10 p.m. here on the Super Series YouTube channel. But as far as Group C is concerned, it was MVV who was the MVP. Bye-bye for now.